Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the March 15th, 2016 meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council Parking Authority. Please silence your devices, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Barbara Spector.
Here. At this time on our agenda, I am going to ask Danica, there we go, Danica Lyle to please come on up. Danica's here with her proud mom and dad who are taking pictures of us. You got that? Every meeting, we invite a member of our student community to come up and lead the flag salute, and we let you know a little bit about them and why they have been selected for this honor. Danica is an 11th grader at Los Gatos High School. Her favorite activities, except there's a lot of favorites here: school newspaper, Safe Rides Board, Senior and Community Services Commission, Los Gatos High School Musical, hiking, canoeing, and dancing. Now, I know that I've been reading about the musicals at the high school, and so I asked her if she was indeed in one of the musicals, and in fact, was she in one of the ones that was very recent, and she was. That was How to Succeed in Business. That was the one that they advertised in the newspaper last week, and it just completed this past week. So before she leads us in the flag salute, let's give her a round of applause for her accomplishments. Would you please stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Why don't you go meet our council members? Don't want to leave that back. And another round of applause. Well, if you've been listening to these meetings or watching them over the past year, including last time, you'll know that Small Business Big Applause is one of my favorites, if not my most favorite event at our second meeting in each month. And so before I start chatting to you about what this is all about, I would like Amy Hahn to come on forward. And are you going to get your son or your husband to join you up here? We'll embarrass them into coming up. And again, your son's name is? Stephen, all right. Small Business Big Applause is the council's opportunity to honor businesses that have and individuals who quietly and competently serve our community for so many years. Amy is Amy's Alteration, and she has been in Los Gatos for 28 years. And since 1988, and she's located at 338 Village Lane. Now, what she said is that back then, 1980, she chose downtown Los Gatos because of the friendly small-town charm and smiling faces that encountered her when she came to visit the community. And now she's been here. Now, I know that her husband hangs around Amy's Alterations sometime, but he just isn't coming up at this point. What Amy does is that she not only does what she calls simple men's, but she also remakes very sophisticated and significant garments such as wedding dresses. And so Amy's Alterations is a real jewel to our community. And so if this time you can please give her and them a round of applause. And what you're going to have here, Amy, is a Town of Los Gatos commendation signed by all of the members of the council who are here behind us. So let me hand this to you, and this woman over here wants to take our picture. Would either of you like to say something?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you. All right, now on our agenda, we have council, town manager reports, starting with the council, and specifically starting with Ms. Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I've attended two things. First is the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, which sits and talks about various issues in transportation and infrastructure in our community and makes recommendations to the VTA board. Of interest is there's going to be a study session, I believe, on April 22nd of the VTA board and communities regarding various transportation measures which may be undertaken if and when there is a sales tax measure put forth by the county. Also of interest, or just a summary that we got of some pending legislation. Hasn't happened yet. Who knows whether it will go anywhere, but it was just interesting what people in Sacramento sort of have on their mind. And one of them is to grant an exception for environmental quality, EIR, for, this was great, roadway improvements occurring within existing right-of-ways. And if you can think of something that applies to, I will tell you that it's Highway 85. Another thing that's pending out there in Sacramento is a proposal to allow buses to operate on the shoulders of state highways in order to minimize congestion-related interruptions of service and to improve travel times. So that was interesting as well. Who knows whether any of these will go anywhere, but they are of interest in terms of what the state legislature is thinking. The other thing that I attended was, along with the vice mayor, is a special meeting of our policy committee, which we'll hear about later this evening, so I won't report on it further.
Thank you. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I also attended two things. The first one was on March 3rd. I attended the update by the Water Treatment Reliability Improvement Project which was at Rolling Hills School where the meeting was. Note on that, I was particularly impressed with the extent at which they're going through to try to not affect residents and actually Rolling Hill School, which was very close with many of the mitigations that they had in place and their whole plan. The second thing I attended was on March 4th, I attended the Business of Local Energy Symposium, which is an all-day symposium. As you know, you appointed me to the JPA for the new Community Energy Choice, so this was a chance to get a lot of learnings from some of the other community choice energy JPAs that have started up, particularly Marin and Sonoma have been operating, and there was a lot of learnings to be shared. San Francisco and San Mateo have just started up, so there's a lot of learnings from them. There was numerous speakers and breakout sessions that were all very interesting. We heard, one board, I guess that they not come up with the right term, but they had a talk session with several interesting people, which included some of the Cal ISO Board of Governors, the people from the Cal Energy Commission, and former commissioners from the PUC. That's it.
Thank you. Since the last meeting, along with staff, and as mayor, I had a business outreach meeting, which try and do monthly, and this one was with Los Gatos Luxury Cars on Blossom Hill Road. And also, in conjunction with staff, had a Google interface telephone call regarding their employees' use of our street parking and what might be done about that. Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. On March 2nd, I participated at Alta Vista Elementary's Read Across America event. I was there as well as an officer from the police department and one of our, I believe it's our children's librarian was also present. March 10th, I attended in Council Member Rennie's absence as an alternate the Santa Clara County Cities Association meeting. Of worthy note is that we did vote on our representatives for input on FAA's new routes, so that if there are any residents in Los Gatos that feel that the airways are significantly louder than normal, our closest representative that represents us is Council Member Bernald of Saratoga, and she'd be more than willing to meet with any of us who may have any issues or interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Since our last meeting, I attended two meetings. One was the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting on Wednesday, March 9th. That was a general business meeting. And then on March 10th, Thursday, I attended the San Jose Treatment Plant Advisory Committee meeting, also another general business meeting with nothing else to report at this time.
Thank you. Manager Matters.
Thank you. Just have two items to report this evening. One is that we are continuing to accept adult commission applications. Those are due on March 25th, and we're continuing to recruit for our student commissions, and those applications are due in April. We have scheduled the Planning Commission hearing regarding the North 40 Phase 1 development project, of which there's a model in the council chambers lobby, for March 30th at 7 p.m. in these chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, a closed session report.
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, council met in closed session to discuss personnel matters, the evaluation of the town manager. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. We are now on the consent calendar items on our agenda. Tonight that consist of items 1 through 4. Those items will all be acted upon in one motion unless somebody from the council or the community removes one of the items from the consent calendar. I will first look to the council to see if anybody wants to remove an item from the consent calendar. Seeing no one, does anyone from the community wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? All right. If you want to remove an item from the consent calendar, I don't have any cards, I don't think, on this. All right, there are 2 cards here on item 4. And item 4 is adopt a resolution relating to the sale of various surplus properties. I have 2 cards on that item, so I am assuming that Linda Kaplinger and Jack Van Natta wish to remove those items from the consent calendar. They will be heard in their normal rotation. Anybody else want to remove any item from the consent calendar other than item 4? Seeing no one, I will look to the council for a motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I move to adopt the consent calendar items 1 through 3.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Leonardis, seconded by Mr. Rennie to approve consent calendar items 1 through 3. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now let's go to item 4. Item 4 is has many components, but basically it's to adopt a resolution, first of all, declaring certain real property on Ditto's Lane surplus to the needs of the town. Secondly, declaring certain real property on Winchester Avenue at Lark Avenue surplus to the needs of the town. C, directing staff to conduct notification requirements pursuant to California Government Code. And D, directing staff to explore opportunities for the sale of the property subsequent to completion of the required notifications. Let's start with staff report. And let me explain, I have another person now who wanted to pull this, so I anticipate that staff will be responding once I learn what each of these individuals wanted to pull the item for.
Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Quick staff report, then we'll respond to the questions as you requested. These are two properties that the town has not identified a use for. The process of declaring these properties surplus would allow the town to explore other opportunities for the use of those properties. The one is Ditto's Lane, which is a vacant property at the end of what is known as Ditto's Lane, and the second is a property on Winchester Avenue at Lark that has been vacant for many, many years. Determining that these properties are surplus doesn't necessarily dictate their future use. The town could always continue to retain the properties. This just allows the town the opportunity to explore potential alternative uses for the properties. That sale of government properties is subject to California Government Code Section 54222, which requires notification to certain organizations, including organizations that would supply low or moderate income housing that would provide for parks or open space use, for school districts, for school use, and then for a couple other items that don't apply in the town of Los Gatos. That would conclude staff's report, and of course we're here for questions.
What I'm going to do, Mr. Morley, is, as I said, let these three people who have pulled the item come up, present to us, and then bring you back up again to speak to whatever they speak to.
Sounds good.
All right, the first person who has pulled the item from the consent calendar, and if you'll please come forward, Linda Kaplinger.
Hi, my name is Linda Kaplinger. I've lived in Los Gatos since 2000, and I'm a homeowner here. I'm also the lead for Nextdoor.com for the city of Los Gatos, the founder of the University Edelin Group, and I'm also one of the co-leads with Jack for College Hill. So I try to pay attention to what's going on here, although I probably pale in comparison to a lot of people here. This is new to me, but Ditto's Lane is not new to me. I walk the Flume Trail quite a bit, picking up trash, and notice, a lot of the trash coming down from that area, and have often wondered what's happening with that property. So when this came up, I was really very interested because I thought the best use for this would be a park, because we're really lacking in open areas that are suitable for small children. Granted, we have this wonderful open space area, but it's not a place you take your 2- and 3-year-old or 4-year-old to run around. The closest other parks might be over by Hollywood or down by one of the elementary schools or way over at Glenridge. We just don't have that sort of resource here. We do have high-density housing in El Gato, and we have medium density already in the condo development that's right between El Gato. I guess it's on the other side of the Ditto's Lane property. So my fear is adding even more housing is going to impact traffic, parking. We already have a lot of people coming down here. We have ways traffic coming through the town, as you guys all know, during the summer. Having a whole bunch of extra houses up here, which could be the end result here, is definitely going to impact all of us that live up on College Hill. I think in light of also the North 40 project that you guys are working on and the proposed one over on Shannon, I think it is, in Los Gatos Boulevard, we have a lot of low to moderate housing coming into the town. So I'm really worried about having yet even more over here as well. It's not the not in my backyard thing. It's like we already have a lot of this over here. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Jack if that's possible.
Hold on just a moment. No, I'm not going to give Jack more time. No, sorry. See if anybody here has questions for you.
Sure.
Seeing no one, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Jack Van Nita.
Good evening. I'm not in support of selling off Ditto's Lane or the Winchester properties. It wasn't that long ago that Berry School was sold by the school district because they did not foresee a need for another school in the future. Land in this area is in short supply, and this is an opportunity for the council to keep something useful for the residents. There's a tsunami of buildings happening on the north side of Lark Avenue. It's time to think about enhancing the ambience and the beauty of Los Gatos instead of developing every piece of property that becomes available. If you've been reading Next Door or the Weekly Times, all you hear is how everyone is dissatisfied with the intensification of Los Gatos. Build on either of these properties and you will add to the traffic of two extremely busy intersections. Ditto's is over the top expensive, I admit, but it may be considered a steal by 2036. We need to do more long-term thinking and perhaps pass by the immediate dollars that would be generated by these sales today. We need islands of mini parks, parking spaces, and neighborhood meeting places all around this town. These types of developments can reduce the chaos of additional traffic from commercial businesses or apartments, and we can add to the serenity of the town that we all feel has been lost in the last 15 years. Over the horizon, we have two more mega projects coming at the intersection of Alberto and Highway 9. We need something to make us feel better, not worse. Winchester is a whole other story. As I understand it, we've owned that for a long time. The price is right. Adding commercial business there is the wrong thing to do. Coming soon will be the North 40 and 3 million square feet in Campbell, less than a mile from this site. In the future, I could see this property used for our proposed circulating bus system that circles the town. It could be a shuttle stop for people coming from outside of town needing to park and catch the shuttle. It could be a driverless car stop for Uber or Lyft, whose new business model is to shuttle people from their homes to mass transit drop-off points. People at Winchester could shuttle into town or ride to Campbell with this Winchester property as a drop-off point. These are just a few ideas of what the property could be used for, but I suggest another ad hoc committee to brainstorm uses for the town. This council has the opportunity to take a step back towards the town we all envisioned when we moved here. Not everything needs to be developed. This is a unique opportunity for us to hold on to something precious, some precious land that is in short supply. This is an opportunity to regain some of the serenity of a small town that will benefit the citizens rather than a developer. This is another opportunity to reduce the intensification of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'm struggling with this item because we really haven't given the speakers enough information before they speak to us, and I don't feel like I'm getting the right kind of information from them. So I'm going to ask let me start with the simple question first. So the one on Winchester is next to the fire department, and we're actually thinking maybe the fire department would want to buy it. Is that an acceptable sale to you then?
I would say it is. It's probably a second choice, but it's probably got priority over say an Uber or Lyft stop or a bus stop or even a neighborhood park.
Okay, so if I may, my second, much more complicated question is, so let me give a little information on Ditto's Lane, and then maybe you can give me your maybe changed opinion. The challenge we have on Ditto's Lane is it's bought with RDA money. We have to build 33, 36, some number of units, low-income units there, as was tried to done before. If we do nothing with the property by some date, I believe it's 2017 or something, the state can come along and do it for us, and we no longer have any control of that. So basically we owe 30-some units somewhere in town. We could sell this property and take that money and go build those units somewhere else. So part of the thinking might be, can we sell this that would be developed into something much smaller than 34 units? I don't know what the right number is. So if you had those choices, how would you advise us differently?
I think if it came down to having to have some kind of residences there, I believe 2 to 4 units would be a maximum. The driving factor is it's the head of the trail. It's got that narrow lead-in road. There would have to be a lot of earth moved to put in 2 roads there. My preference would be that it became some kind of trailhead park or dog park, as long as it doesn't bother the neighbors. Something would have to be done there to buffer the Thule residents. But what I'm saying is in long-term planning, I'm looking at 2036, and I see more people, and as I said, there's this tsunami of buildings coming at us from all over the place, including at Alberta Way. So if this could be some kind of trailhead park, neighborhood park, dog park, it's expensive. I admit we overpaid for it when we bought it, but let's bite the bullet. How do we bite the bullet? Well, I was just on the ad hoc tax committee. So my proposal there would be that we added something to the UUT tax, sell it to the public. The public gains by having this park, so they may be willing to pay. I don't know. I haven't figured out the dollars of what each piece of property would have to pay, but the town populace could put money into paying for that as a trailhead park.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Larry Arzi?
Thank you, Mr. Rennie, for pointing out that the community doesn't get enough information before they come to these meetings. This was not very open. The deeded restrictions should be considered on all these parcels, that they in the future become public service property, senior citizen housing, medical housing, Catholic charity housing, some way that the town can participate in this. So when and if you sell these properties, I hope that you put a restriction in there for what these properties can be used for. I agree that a separate committee should be started to find out what kind of things we should be using for these parcels. And one thing that came to my mind was we have an obligation to the state for the RDA money for Behind Mountain Charlie's. Why can't we sell one and use it for the other? Why do we have to put housing in Mountain Charlie's and possibly in Ditto's Lane? Can't we move our obligation over to one or the other? These kinds of things can't be accomplished on meetings like tonight. We need to investigate further on this. We do not sell public land. I think I first used that phrase when we put for sale the old bus depot property across from the toll house when we tried to sell it. It's just not done. We own it, we use it for the good of the community, not for the good of pocketing it in our rear ends.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. John Shepherdson?
Madam Mayor, council members, this is just a rough diagram, and actually I was going to mention it in verbal comments, and I'll go into it further later, but we're talking about money, and the way I see it is the reality is because the way we run our budget in town, that we are going to have to, this is not going to be a park, in my humble opinion. We have to sell it because the way we run our town, we need money, and that's just the way it's been. And we run it differently than Saratoga and Cupertino, and these are facts. On the police budget, Saratoga's population is about 30,000, and their budget's $5 million. Cupertino's about double, 60,000, and their budget's on the expenditure side is $10 million. Los Gatos, we have about 34,000, and our budget on the expenditure side is $15 million. So if you take those upper two boxes to the right, you've got a differential of $5 million in savings if we just adopted Cupertino's policing model. And if we went to Saratoga, it would be $10 million. So, but we made a decision that we want the personal touch in Los Gatos, as if the Saratoga, the sheriff and those other communities doesn't provide that. And so I hear this debate, and we don't look at the larger picture as to what's driving these problems of where we're going to get money, why do we have to sell land, and so the reality is because of structurally the way that we have our budget in this town, and the fact that we have not had a third-party review of the biggest item in our budget, is that we are going to have this constant tension because we don't address this. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Have one more card. Todd Johnson.
I don't know how many of you all know how this property acquired by the town, but in my humble opinion, I think it was close to theft. The property was owned by a gentleman, I believe, in Montecito, and he proposed building, I didn't know about this meeting, otherwise I'd have the actual numbers, but something like 16 homes or condominiums on the property. The town came back and said, no, that's too dense. So he cut it down to 12 or some reasonable number. He cut it down to 8. I think he got down to 6 or 4 units. And then the town had an appraisal done on the property, and the appraiser said something that was really peculiar, as I am an appraiser, said that the highest and best use of the property is a single home and or low-density housing if the city bought it. That doesn't make any sense from an appraisal standpoint, just to let you know. When the city bought it, I called the owner of the property and I said, how did you sell this property for such a reasonable rate? I thought it was very inexpensive, in fact. And he said, you just can't fight City Hall forever. After you all bought it, you suggested putting, what was it, 32 units on the property? This is a piece of property that y'all had said couldn't support 4 to 6 homes. I find it appalling. And if you sell it to anybody, I think the first person you ought to offer it to is the person you stole it from, in my humble opinion. Anyway, those are my general thoughts. I think that if you had 3 or 4 houses on a property, 3 houses, you could certainly probably sell it for what it was worth, what you paid for it. So I don't know that you did sell it for so much money. Personally, I agree with those people who say that we shouldn't be selling land. The town will need land in the future. Great cities, great towns have great parks, and I think it would be a tragedy to sell it once you have it. But those are my opinions, and I'm sure most people here don't agree with them.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, I have no other cards. Does anybody else wish to address us on agenda item 4? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll invite Mr. Morley back up, and I would request that several issues have been raised by the speakers. I know you might have even more to say, but if you could address those issues as part of your presentation.
Thank you. I'll try to do so. A couple of items for clarification. Thank you, Councilmember Rennie, for the catch on the state being a potential future owner of the property should the town not do anything with it. The obligation there is $3.8 million. It doesn't reference necessarily a number of units, but that's the obligation to the state. So any revenue from the sale of that property up to $3.8 million would need to go back to the housing fund to pay for other housing opportunities. And that's where this, if we didn't do something with that property by 2017, the state could potentially step in and do something with the property that the town would have less control of. The future use, there was some conversation from the public on the potential future use of the property in terms of the density or the end use of the properties, and none of that has been predetermined at this time. That would all occur through the planning process that is typical for all properties for the town should you ultimately decide to sell the property and go through a development process. certainly there is an opportunity for the town to do deed restrictions on the property to limit the future use. Of course, that would limit the value of, presumably limit the value of the property as well. There were some comments regarding the impacts of a development, including traffic, and of course, with any development, the development would need to go through the appropriate environmental studies in order to identify and mitigate impacts that were part of that attributable to that development. I think that covers the comments that I heard. If there was others or there are other questions, I'm certainly willing to address them.
Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Morley, there was comments about these properties becoming parks, which has always been a dream of mine. What would be the feasibility of that occurring, starting with Ditto's Lane? Would we have to purchase it from ourselves for $3.8 million? Is that what you're saying? And then put money into it to turn it into a park?
Yeah, we would need to address that $3.8 million number associated with that property first. So there would be an initial outlay of dollars just to own the property in the general fund.
And the source of that funds would come from our housing funds, or where would that source of funds potentially come from?
The housing funds would not likely be an appropriate source of those funds. Matter of fact, that's where the funds would go to should we sell the property. The source of funds would have to be, we'd have to do some work on identifying source of funds. I think there are no large sources of funds in that magnitude that I'm aware of in the budget currently. Certainly others could speak to that if they needed to, but I'm not aware of a $3.84 million chunk of dollars to make that kind of a purchase.
So the mechanics of it would be, supposing there was $3.8 million in our general fund, we could take that money out of the general fund, buy the property from ourselves, and essentially just put that money back into our housing funds. So it's taking out of one pocket, putting it into the other, but we would have to.
We would have to make that transaction. That's correct. One member of the public did identify the potential use of future sales tax, future utility taxes, or other sources of funds that may come to us in the future. Of course, we don't know that those are a reality at this point.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I think that same member of the public also emphasized letting the properties just sit. And what happens if it just sits? There was mention that the state could take it over in 2017. Being that we had difficulty with this property with the access problem and the amount of units that were proposed to go back there, what is the likelihood that that could ever pass any kind of code or standards that it would even be built? Would the state potentially take it over and then it would just be sitting there forever because they wouldn't be able to actually develop it that way?
So the state could do a couple of different things with it. They could use it for a state purpose, in which case they would be, I believe, the permitting authority associated with the property, and I think Rob can correct me if I'm wrong. And then beyond that, they could also sell the property. If they would sell the property to a private citizen type ownership, then yes, it would be subject to the town's development rules and regulations.
So at that time, if they sold it to a private citizen themselves, they would collect whatever proceeds out of it. We would be off the hook for the $3.8 million. We just surrender the property. Is that how it occurs?
That would be the trade-off.
Okay, so if they sold it for $1 million to somebody, they get the $1 million. We don't have to worry about anything. Is that correct?
That's correct. The same goes if we were to sell it for $1 million. We would refund that $1 million to our housing fund, and we would be off the hook for the balance.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see that everybody has their hands up from one end to the other, but do we have any obligation, we the town have any obligation to build below market rate housing on that property, or if we sell it to build a BMR units somewhere else?
We have the dollar obligation on that property for $3.8 million to use that property for below market rate. If we were to sell that property, then the proceeds up to that 3.8 would need to go to build below market housing somewhere else or through our housing fund for use through that particular fund. So it would not be discretionary dollars for the town, it would be restricted dollars.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen.
I just have some specific follow-up questions on the state's opportunities with respect to the Dittos Lane property. You have said that the state could take that property over. Under what circumstances could the state take it over, and is that a discretionary call on the part of the state?
So the law is in flux right now, so there's going to be interpretations on it, but the law basically says that for all the properties that were purchased with RDA money, the town either has to put the use that it was to, or at least have a plan in place what it will do for that property by 2/17, or else the property or money all reverts back to the state. So I'm assuming through our ROPS and through our RDA as we're winding down, we'll have to prove that we've actually used our dollar amounts for the RDA, or the properties are being used for that purpose, or else that there'll be a process where they'll ask for that property. I don't think it's going to be a maybe.
Okay, you're describing something that's mandatory that
Yes,
will occur.
mandatory,
Okay.
yes.
Then my follow-up is, if that property does revert to the state, Mr. Morley, you said that the state would have what you called permitting authority. And by that, I take it you mean that the state would be the entity that would make the decisions with respect to the use of the property and not the town? Would the town have any authority whatsoever over the use of the property, the design, the mass, the density, et cetera?
If the property were to be used for state purposes, such as a state, I don't know what they would use it for, but a state corporation yard, for example, then it would be subject to the state's rules. But if they wanted to do a private development, such as a couple of homes, then local land use authority prevails.
And I assume the same is true if they wanted to do 34 homes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. So a couple comments, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Morley to confirm my understanding, at least, of the process. So for those that are following this, by putting it on the agenda, this was our first opportunity to bring these public properties out for public discussion. And so what we're considering are what are the various options for these properties. They're not, they're challenging. And so as we talk through the traffic, the density, one of the things that is also under consideration, besides below market, is the potential for open space providers in school districts. And if we go through this surplus property, and this is where I need Director Morley to confirm, there's a certain process we need to follow where certain entities get first rights. That's correct, right?
That is correct. We have a number of entities that we will notify directly. We're required to do so. They have a certain amount of time to notify us of their interest, and then an additional time to negotiate with us on the property.
And so on your list, on the staff report, it has the housing providers, parks, recreation, open space providers, and school districts. That's not in order of priority, is it?
The housing providers do have priority.
Oh, they do,
Beyond,
okay.
Beyond that, there is no priority.
And so my next question with regards to that, so I know locally, we have all the youth sports always in search of parks. If they were to band together and try and buy, let's say, the Winchester or Dittos Lane for a sports park, would they qualify as one of these open space recreation providers under First Dibs?
Potentially, I think it would be determined by the group exactly. And we'd have to do some research probably on, for instance, if Los Gatos United Soccer wanted to buy it, whether they would qualify under that potentially, but we'd have to do some work on that.
Okay, and then my next question is, within 60 days of receipt of notice, what does that exactly mean? So let's say whether it's Los Gatos Sports, so whether it's lacrosse or soccer, express an interest, do they actually have to come in together with a proposal, or is it just a letter indicating interest, and that then gives us time to include it as one of the other list of options for that property?
Thank you. Yes, they have 60 days to notice us of their interest, and then subsequent to that, they have an additional 90 days for which we are bound to negotiate with them in good faith for future disposition of the property.
Okay, and my final, if I may. So again, by putting this out under this government code, it in no way obligates us to sell. We're just notifying that this is an item of discussion and that we're looking at our options. Sale could include one of those.
That's correct. I would look at this as your first opportunity to bring this to the public and have that discussion, and certainly we would expect additional conversations along the way as the council considers the future of these properties.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go to Mr. Rennie, I have a feeling that Mr. Schultz might want to address the questions in my mind.
Well, just the process-wise, there's actually
Yes.
would be 2 more public hearings if in fact you went through that 60-day period and there was interest, and then you went through negotiations, or even if there wasn't interest and there was now a third party that was interest. Obviously, we bring those to you in closed session to discuss the terms and conditions of those and whether restrictions and all the things that have been brought up. But if in fact there is negotiations that are comfortable to bring to light, then there's a first hearing called the Notice of Intent to Sale. So you have that, which sets not only that time for the public to weigh in on it, it then has another hearing, public hearing that's set for it, kind of like we did with the school district. If you remember, we had the Notice of Intent, and then you actually have the public hearing. So there'd actually be 2 more public hearings at least before you'd be able to sell the property. And at any time, you're not obligated. You could certainly change your mind, even if you're successful, like I said, through the initial process, but because of public input, you decide to change your mind at any time during those 2 public hearings, you can.
And before we go to Mr. Rennie, when Mr. Morley was going through the list, the first one was housing. If an entity came forward with a reasonable housing proposal, what discretion, if any, do we have?
You have complete discretion.
So even though they came forward and said, we want to build X homes and we want to give you $4 million, we could reasonably say no.
That applies to lower moderate income housing, not to market rate housing.
That's what I was, thank you. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So going back to some questions that came to my mind from earlier questions. So we talked about the possibility of letting the state have it and then they sell it for some dollar. We said $1 million, for example. Do they then get to keep that $1 million, or do they give it to us to put in our housing fund versus if we sell the property and then we get to put it in our housing fund to do something with?
My understanding is no, we don't see the money then. We've given them the property back and we're not interested in the sale of it, so we wouldn't get any money if they sold it to a third party. But we could check on that to make certain, but that's my understanding.
Okay, second question. So originally this was proposed for 34 units or whatever the number is. Is it possible that we just build a reasonable number of units on it, say 6? Can we just do that and then our obligation is met?
So there's no obligation for the number of units. There's an obligation for the value. So if you were to restrict it, and we don't know the valuations at this point, but if you were to restrict it to say 6 units or 4 units or whatever number the council deems appropriate, the sale of the property for that amount up to 3.8 million would go back to that fund housing for the future. Anything above that would be at the council's discretion. But yes, you could restrict the development to whatever number of units that you choose as a council.
I don't think that was my question, if I can ask it again. What if we, the town, don't sell the property, retain it, and build 6 affordable units? Would that fulfill our obligations to the RDA?
That would meet your needs, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Ms. Jensen?
I wanted to go back to the notion of the operation of the state law, and I don't know if this is Mr. Schultz or somebody else, but once the town declares a piece of property as surplus, then it has declared its intent to sell and must go through the offer process, correct?
Correct.
So several of our speakers were talking about exploratory committees before there is any declaration of surplus, and so if that were done, then there would be a delay, kind of like with the venue, and it would be vetted, and then the town would decide whether to declare it surplus. But once we declare it surplus, we've said we're selling it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We are moving forward with the sale, but that doesn't mean you have to accept any offer that comes in. You can.
True, but you've made the decision to sell it.
You've made the decision, you made the decision that it's surplus to the needs of the town, not necessarily that you're going to sell it. You can retain surplus property indefinitely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sayak?
So, Mr. Morley, is there an alternate step besides declaring surplus that allows us to explore these possible options without necessarily declaring it surplus? Like, my intent is to basically, I'd like to hear what other options are available, reaching out to our partners, whether it's a school district or these recreation providers, to see, are there ways we can perhaps combine resources to get to similar goals and desires with this property? Is there a step we can do to make that happen without declaring it surplus?
I'll look to make sure I don't say anything wrong, but I think the official way to handle it is to declare it surplus so that you can begin those discussions. Does that preclude you from doing something else? I don't think so. I don't think there's a government code 54222 police out there monitoring.
I mean, certainly you could explore it. I think it's more importantly to designate it as surplus at this point in time to get you in that process so you can at least figure out through that law, and it gives timelines on when, like, the board has to make a decision, let's say for the school board, within the next 60 days has to at least make their intent that they're interested in this property. So it begins that clock. Otherwise, it could take a lengthy period of time for anybody to get back to us. There's no requirements for them to get back to us, and it can slow up the procedure to find out who is interested and if they're not. Then you've got a lot more options you can play with.
Thank you. Circling back from that, what do we have to, this isn't Winchester. I'm talking about Ditto's Lane. It's a different kind of animal, I think, legally. What do we have to do by 2017? I mean, we could let Winchester just sit there forever, but what about Ditto's?
I'll defer to
You either need to sell it, like is the one to sell it to a third party, and again, whether that's the 3.8 million or if it's below, we don't have to reimburse it. If it's above, then we've got general fund money we could use. If you don't, you at least have to have a project designated and exactly what you're going to do with it. I think a good example is we're much farther ahead, but for the parking structure, we also have to have a project in line for the other project on Main Street. And knowing what we're doing. So our ROPS will designate, there'll be resolutions, there'll be, an actual designation of what you're going to be doing with that property.
In 2017?
By 2017, I don't know the exact month.
Well, that's all right. I don't need the month. And if in 2017 we sell Ditto's Lane, and if we have an amount in excess of 3.8 million, then that could go to the general fund or wherever the council decides. And if we are short 3.8, let's say it's 2.8, then what happens to that $1 million deficit?
It goes away. It's wiped out.
So we don't have to do anything about it?
No, we don't have to reach in and use general fund to supplement the housing.
Right, thank
It's
you.
just a loss that is shown.
Ms. Jensen?
Sorry, one more. You said that we have to have a plan in place for essentially replacing either the dollar amount that we owe or the housing. Having gone through the housing element, you often have a plan in place for where your regional housing needs assessments are going to be met. So does that plan in place have to be located on the particular property, i.e., is it a plan for how we're going to use Ditto's Lane? Or can it be a plan for how those needs are going to be met monetarily or through housing throughout the town?
How it will use that property, the 3.8 million, or how it will be reimbursed into our housing fund.
So the reimbursement could come from using other funds, for example, but the housing would has to be on the same property?
No,
Or can the housing go elsewhere?
You can transfer it to another property. For example, this one doesn't have a designated number of units as opposed to the main that has a designated number of units. This doesn't, it just has a dollar amount, which helps us quite a bit because it is just a dollar amount as opposed to units.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions. Sort of doing this, since this is a pulling from the consent calendar, and we're doing it a little out of the normal order, is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to address us on this item that has not already addressed us? I have no card, seeing no one coming forward. I will close the public testimony portion of this hearing and look to the council for a motion, discussion, questions. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I concur with the public when they realize that the land is valuable, especially at a future value, especially the way things are in Silicon Valley, where every little scrap of a remnant parcel under power lines and such gets built upon for housing or whatnot. I've always dreamed of at least the corner of Lark and Winchester becoming some kind of a park. So, you know, taking into consideration what the public said and what I've heard up here on the dais tonight, I think it's important to move forward with this first step, which is declaring the properties excess. It doesn't mean they're going to be sold. Doesn't mean this council may even want to sell them. But normally we handle the real estate in closed session, which the public is not even allowed to. And this brings us out into the open session so the public can weigh in on it. So that is kind of the primary intention of what we're trying to do here. So I was going to go with the staff recommendations 1 through 4 on the staff report. Declare the real property on Ditto's Lane surplus. Declare the property on Winchester surplus. Direct staff to conduct the notification requirements pursuant to California Government Code 54222 for both properties, and then direct staff to explore the opportunities for sale of the properties subsequent to the completion of the required notifications. Again, it gives the public a chance to weigh in on it, and I hope we will all hear from you then. It sounds like the property on Ditto's Lane, we have to do something with it, or we could potentially lose quite a bit of money that would go into our affordable housing fund if we just do nothing. So I look at that as absolutely essential, and that is my motion.
Right, we have a motion by Mr. Leonardis. Do we have a second? Mr. Rennie?
I'll go ahead and second it because I think it does make sense to go ahead with this step to declare it surplus so we can more easily figure out what we do next. I am a little bit still undecided on Winchester, whether it's a good idea to sell it or not. If the fire department needs it to expand, that seems like a pretty good reason. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Ditto's Lane, it sounds to me, I mean, it's complicated legally, but I don't think it's really ours. In fact, we lose it if we don't do anything, if we don't sell it. So I don't see that one as really selling town property. It's actually selling the state's property and keeping the money before they do. So I'll go ahead and second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Jensen?
I appreciate the logic behind the motion, but I'm not going to support it because I do think there are interim steps that the council can take to bring this matter to the public's attention. This is the first time that it's been vetted by the public, and we do have avenues that we have proven that we can use. For example, with the venue, to have this discussion. I think that though technically we could keep surplus property forever, once we make that declaration, we've started down a road that perhaps we don't want to start down on without further information and discussion. So I won't support the motion.
All right, it's further discussion. Ms. Hayek?
So if staff could just again clarify. So if it's declared surplus, interested parties come forward, and what happens? Does that interest come back to a council meeting via public hearing? What are the next steps?
So we would begin discussions with the interested parties, and we would bring those to council in closed session for direction and determination of terms and any conditions the council would want to provide, and then subsequently bring that back to an open session for council.
And so that would occur basically within the next 60 days from when you notify the parties on.
When they receive notice, yes.
And then all those letters of interest would come to us, and we could basically see if there's any substance behind any of the interest.
That's correct.
And again, there's no legal obligation to move forward with any letter of interest that comes forward.
That's correct. So the council could, for instance, in closed session or an open session, specify what you would like the properties to be used for, and if those needs were not met through the proposals that we received, even through the California Government Code section, then the council could determine that they weren't interested in selling the property, or for numerous other reasons.
Okay.
Correct. And their primary reason why the legislation that we've talked about, that Government Code Section 54222, is there because it was found that Many times cities were selling properties when there was a government agency, a housing development that wanted it for low and moderate income, and the towns weren't, and cities weren't selling it to them, they were selling it to a third party. So the real issue here is what you cannot do is say, let's say one of those three, low-income housing wants to use it, or the school district wants to use it, and they meet your criteria of how many units, or they meet your criteria of what they want to do with it, and you decide, I don't want to sell it to them, I want to sell it to this third party for the exact same price, you can't do that. You don't have that ability. So that's the only time your hands will be tied is if there's a use specifically that meets your criteria, meets your price, and you don't want to sell it to them, you want to sell it to a third party for the exact same price. You wouldn't be able to do that, but you could reject all of them.
Okay, and so the next question then is, when do we set the criteria and the price?
And that would be in closed session.
Okay. Okay.
Closed session followed by open session.
Exactly.
Okay. Further questions or discussion? Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. There was a comment made about the possibility of vetting it through another process through the community, such as what we did with the venue. And I like that idea in principle, but the problem with the Dittos Lane property is we only have until 2017. And I'm concerned that if we don't act on it now, we will lose an opportunity to put these monies into the affordable housing funds should somebody step forward. And we may also lose control over the development of that property. I think if we were able to find a suitor and we can control the development process, I think that would be a better result for the community. If there was any way to make it into a park, I would love to do that. But this is the first step in essentially getting the ball rolling so we don't lose an economic opportunity. So that's why I made the motion the way I did.
Mr. Leonardis, you done? Okay. Ms. Sayak?
I have one more question. By 2017, with the Dittos Lane, what has to occur? An actual transfer?
No, a plan.
A plan. So if we decide at the last meeting of 2016 to declare it surplus, does that qualify as a plan of action?
No.
No. Okay.
And at any time you can rescind your resolution, this one or, along the way, you can rescind a resolution that it's not surplus anymore. If it's found if there is a need for this property, you can rescind your previous resolution at any time.
Ms. Sayak?
My concern is that we've heard now from the public, and we've shared with the public, we have these two parcels, but now we're going back into closed session to declare what our criteria is. And it seems like once we've put it out there, we should just remain and continue this discussion in public. So is there an opportunity to do it that way?
I'm sorry. The challenge with that is that you'd be discussing terms in public and it puts you in a bad position from a negotiating standpoint. There is a potential for doing a concurrent process where you begin the surplus property and do the notification and then also seek public input through a community meeting of some sort so that you have a concurrent process ongoing that would inform the council for the future.
Other questions, discussion? I'm going to support the motion. I realize that there are, differing facts and competing facts. But as I think Mr. Leonardis said, we have to do something by 2017 on Dittos Lane. Now, how concrete that has to be, there seems to be some fungibility on that, but we have to do something and we have to have this moving along. And because we are in March of 2016 and 2017 comes fairly quickly when you're doing our council government stuff, that is one reason I'm supporting the motion. Secondly, I don't know who could be interested on Winchester and on Dittos, but people hear about things like, the fire department or the school or sports. And if we want to give those entities an opportunity to move forward, then this surplus declaring these properties surplus is the way to do it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Ms. Jensen voting no. We are now, thank you everybody who came and participated. We are now on verbal communications. If anyone wants to address us on an item that is not on our agenda, you will have 3 minutes, and I am asking you please to submit a card. I do have several already. Tricia Hancock.
I'm here tonight. I was under the impression that this was the meeting for what?
I was trying to get the mic closer to your mouth.
I guess I'm not as tall as.
Thank you.
I was under the impression that tonight was like a meeting that was going to cover the smoking ordinance, and so that's why I'm here. And.
All right, let me explain first of all, the smoking ordinance is not on tonight's agenda.
Right.
It will be on a future agenda.
Right.
However, since it's not on our agenda, if there's anything you'd like to share with us this evening, you can.
Yes, I've been walking up and down the Los Gatos, the North Santa Cruz Avenue, and I just kind of made up a little thing about, what I understand about the smoking and secondhand smoke and all of that. And I got people, stores and shop owners signing a little petition. I don't know, I told them it means nothing. I'm not sent the policy. I just want to know if you're for it, if it bothers your business. And, because I feel like I'm a one-woman vigilante with this thing. I've been on it for 14 months now. And I've had a difficult time getting people to break away from their private lives to come and speak about this, even though it's bothering them a lot and hurting their businesses. So I don't know if this means anything to anyone on the council, but I did just in like an hour and a half got major stores on North Santa Cruz anyway. And if I had another day, I could probably keep going and getting a lot more people to sign it.
Let me jump in here, Ms. Hancock. First of all, turning in that document and giving it to the clerk, and it'll become part of the public record, and it'll be something that the council and staff will review when the item does come up. Just for everybody's benefit, your position and the position of that document is against smoking, for smoking?
Well, I'll just read the last sentence. I said, it's time for our family-oriented town of Los Gatos to adopt a policy that either bans or at least restricts smoking. So that was it in the nutshell, so I just let them read it. There were 3 people who didn't want to because they were smokers, and they were either a manager of a business or the owner of a business, and everyone else signed it. So I'd say that like 97% were for some kind of smoking ordinance. One woman was just saying she wanted restricted, and so there were various opinions. But I did want to, before my time is up, Sandy, my store manager, who's had smoke blown in her face by someone smoker from, that was at the Black Watch, she collected this from in front of our store today. And so these are all cigarette butts that are just thrown out there. I mean, they're really smelly and they pollute. So this is, I don't know, I leave this with you also.
Thank you. I actually am going to have you give the petition and your exemplars there and your photograph, give it all to the staff, and it'll become part of our record. And in some form, probably not like that, but in some form be shared with all the council members. And you said that there were other people who wanted to come, but they didn't have time. Please share with them the fact that, we are going to be having a meeting specifically on this issue.
How will we be notified? And
All right, and so Mr. Schultz, our town attorney, is going to explain to you afterwards how you will find out.
all right. Yes.
Ms. Syak.
Ms. Hancock, thank you. Did you participate in any of the Youth Commission hearings?
Yes,
Because
I
they
did.
are they have drafted and will be proposing a smoking ordinance.
Yes.
And I haven't seen it, but it may be worthwhile for you to take a look at that as well.
Yes, I think I spoke twice.
Okay.
in those meetings.
Thank you.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. This may be more a request than a question. In other words, you don't have to answer it now. Maybe you can send us an email. But the smoking, some smoking ordinances will most likely get passed. But what would be the details of it? And maybe you could give us a little more input of, is it no smoking anywhere in Los Gatos, no smoking in shops, no smoking while walking on the sidewalk, no smoking certain distance from doors. I mean, these are I didn't hear any of these details from you, and those are the kinds of decisions we're going to be trying to figure out is what level of smoking ordinance. And so if you're not prepared to answer now, that's fine.
Well, I think from my own opinion, I think it should be banned. But I'm not in a position to, I don't want to hurt anybody's business, but mine is being hurt by being next to the Black Watch. I guess I could have chosen a different spot, but as you know, it's difficult to find a place to rent at times to have a business in Los Gatos. So I would say that most people I spoke to were for completely having no smoking in Los Gatos because of the children and their pets. It's a big pet community. It's a big children community. And I think probably everybody's been seeing this commercial on television, or I don't know if it's just information kind of blurb about how secondhand smoke affects your pets, your dogs, your cats, and your pet birds, and that it is a contributor to cancer in animals. So that was a surprise to me. I never thought about that. But so I just think that, there are communities that have no smoking and they're doing quite well. Walnut Creek, Santa Cruz is one. They have a complete smoking ban. I don't know. I think that that's for the council maybe to set that policy. But for the most part, I would say that most people said they would like it completely stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. And she'll take whatever evidence you have there. All right, we're still on verbal communications. Angelia Dorner.
Okay. Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. At the February meeting, which was on this project, I raised some questions relating to the conduit to be that was included in the bid amounts. And I'd like to share the response from the town that I received just yesterday on some of those questions. The conduit is supposed to be placed in the gutter face on the south side of the street. If a resident on the north side wanted to tap in, they would be required to use directional boring or other method that minimizes the possibility of cutting into the street. The text at the bottom here is from Mr. Morley's email. Question number 1, if not to be used by individual residences, why would we be doing this at all? Question number 2, I have no idea how far down you would have to go before going all the way across the street if you were actually on the north side of the street to be sure that you didn't compromise the concrete or the related slabs. Also, could you imagine being a northerner versus a southerner and imagine the amount of cost that would be incurred by you compared to your neighbor in trying to do something which basically is undergrounding your utilities? Estimates on underground utilities have been given to us in the past at $25,000 to $50,000 per residence. As you know, I always do a lot of research before I come up here to speak with you. I wish I had saved some time by waiting for the paper this last Friday. This is from the Mercury News. They just did a huge article on how Google Fiber is fighting with the CPCU to get access to the utility poles in order to enter a lot of the cities in our area. I did not know this, but the poles are actually owned by a collection of companies, which includes Comcast, AT&T, and PG&E, and others. You can imagine why Comcast would not let, or does not want to let, Google Fiber use their poles to bring fiber into these towns. Also, the smaller companies like Sonic are actually leasing lines from AT&T, but therefore they're far from high speed, and you're subject to the same kind of issues that AT&T has with their internet service anyway. Let's just look at the costs here. I think, my biggest question is, if fiber is going to be coming in on poles, why are we bothering at all in putting a conduit underneath the street so that fiber comes in and has to go down and under? The cost, to refresh your memory, just on Broadway and Bachman is $120,000. Available using staff's estimates, $155,000 will be spent on providing this conduit just on those 2 streets. If you extrapolate that to all 10 streets, you're talking about $860,000 to provide this feature alone. Why can't we just say no to that particular feature? And in closing, I heard a rumor that one of you is the bunny at the hippity hop until you drop Easter celebration coming up on March 26th. And it's a great event for children of ages 3 to 10 and hope that everyone can attend. And I'd love to know who it is.
Thank you. Questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll confess I was the bunny last year. I hope there's no children listening. I might have somebody who will take on that role this year. So, Ms. Dorner, you've pointed out something that, first of all, I appreciate your efforts on this. Something that I've been wondering about myself. What is the necessity of this this conduit? Being that pretty much every street in Los Gatos doesn't have it now, why are we putting it in this street? Are we trying to be proactive for the future? Will it be included in all the remaining streets, which I'm not really certain of because those haven't been bid yet? So perhaps maybe these questions could be addressed by the staff. And something that Ms. Dorner brought up about, was it PG&E or something? Or Google, I'm sorry, Google potentially bringing in the cable. Have we researched that yet?
Thank you. Since this item is not on the agenda, I recommend that staff get back to the council in written form, so that way you have answers to the questions and the issues that were raised this evening.
Thank you. Anything else for Ms. Dorner?
That is it. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am. It's the last card I have on verbal communications. John Shepherdson? If anybody else wants to address us on this item, please give a card.
Madam Mayor, I was first curious, did you cover whoever's the hippity hop, and is that something you cover in closed session? It's a little...
It's our next meeting closed session after the fact.
All right. This is the chart that I showed earlier, and I just wanted to point out that Saratoga, in terms of money that they spend on their police budget, is $5 million. The hours are 27,000, and they're rated 5th by Safewise.com, 5th safest in the state. We go to Cupertino, 50,000 hours, and they're rated 22nd safest in the state. Los Gatos at 80,000 hours, and about half the population of Cupertino, and we're not in the top 50 right? So when you say, the White report said, well, you're going to have to cut hours and we're not going to be as safe. Well, that means that the hours that are put in are equally efficient. But this is telling us that the hours are not equally efficient. You're getting more safety at less cost in these other communities. And the impact of that is the opportunity cost. And that is, if you're going to put money for Peter, then Paul's not going to get it. And you get these kinds of unmet needs. You know, traffic mitigation that doesn't take place. The Danville Blessing Program that doesn't take place. The money for garages. We don't subsidize our rec department. Our roads, 20% are poor, very poor. And the $54 million in unfunded employment liabilities. So I wanted to comment on the White report that came out that basically said there was not going to be any difference between the sheriff and our police department. And one, it made no mention of the SafeWise independent study that says that these other communities are safer. Now, if we're going to be objective, why not put that in the White report? He said he was going to be fair. Just put it in there. It's not in there. I think it's a glaring omission. And I view it as sort of misleading to the town when it doesn't have that important information. And I'm kind of surprised that none of the council members have commented on the report. So the community thinks that it's fair and unbiased and accurate. It's unclear as to why the response rate suddenly dropped in Los Gatos from earlier in the year to when that report came out. And then I'll also point out that our former town manager, Dave Knapp, he's in the paper saying that, you know, if you look at the sheriff option, you can save millions of dollars. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Ms. Sayak.
2 quick questions. Did you receive the response to your questions?
No, I sent questions in, I believe, October.
Correct.
And I have not received responses to my questions. Laurel has indicated that she would get back to me with that. I know she has a busy schedule, but I have not received a response yet.
We've completed responding to your questions. However, today we received, 13 additional questions, so we'd like to respond to those questions, and then we'll be posting it publicly and sending you the link to the responses to all of the questions.
Right. And then if I may, a second question.
Certainly.
Your comments about former town manager Dave Knapp,
Yes.
Were his comments specific to our current situation, or were those his comments as he was city manager of Cupertino?
No, it wasn't specific to our situation. I believe it was when Morgan Hill was considering to the sheriff, and so those were general public comments about the benefits of the sheriff and his experience with the sheriff's department, and his opinion that if communities looked at it, that there could be millions that could be saved.
Correct. But again, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. He wasn't in any way specifying his opinion on our town and our current condition.
No. This was back, I believe, in 2009.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. I have no other cards, so I will close the verbal communications portion of our meeting and now go to our public hearing, starting with item 6, comprehensive fee and fine schedule. Staff report, please. I'm sorry, it's item 5.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. Gitta Ungvari, Administrative Analyst, Finance Department. This is my pleasure to present to you this evening the proposed comprehensive fee and fine schedule. This year, staff is proposing splitting the document into 2 documents to the comprehensive fee schedule and comprehensive fine schedule to distinguish between fees that are charged for services and fines that are charged for code violation. Regarding the fees, the town financial policies require that certain fees to be maintained to allow cost recovery based on the actual cost to provide town services. The proposed comprehensive fee schedule, with the changes highlighted, included in Exhibit A to Attachment 1 of the staff report. regarding to the fines. Based on last year council discussion, staff identified several town code violations to increase this year. Those increases are designed to discourage certain activities within the town. It is staff recommendation that Town Council approve the proposed adjustment to the comprehensive fee schedule and to the comprehensive fine schedule effective July 1st, 2016. This concludes staff summary, and finance and other directors are available to answer any questions regarding the changes.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none? Thank you, ma'am. I have no cards. Does anybody wish to address us on this item? No cards, no one coming forward. I will close the public testimony portion of this public hearing and look to the council for questions, comments, or a motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Just a couple of quick questions of staff before I go ahead and make a motion. It was my understanding that the fines are controlled by state law. Is that correct?
Some are and some aren't.
Okay. And then another question is, do we index those for inflation?
We haven't for a while. And so what I think what our research was is to look at neighboring communities, to look at what their fines were and try to match those up so we're at least comparable with other. But we haven't done a CPI increase on a regular basis.
One more. Would it be, from your experience working in other jurisdictions, would it be prudent to do that moving forward? Or is that one of those things that potentially, if you said we want to every year just have it automatically go up by 3% rounded to the nearest dollar or something, would that cause issues?
I think it's best to bring it back on the yearly basis for you guys to take a look at, especially with the fines. If we had that kicker all the time on all fines very quickly, those fines would be pretty outrageous, I think, because some of them have stayed pretty stagnant, even with all communities. That typical, what you see is 100, 250, 500. And if you put a CPI on that every single year, then our fines might be hefty. As far as fees are concerned, that might be something that we usually do come back with a CPI increase for those anyways each year. And this gives the ability to have the hearing and make sure the public weighs in.
All right, thank you. Then if I may,
Mr. Leonardis.
Go ahead with the motion. I move that we approve the recommendations on page 1 of the staff report. We approve the fiscal 2016-17 comprehensive fee schedule as depicted in Schedule A, and we adopt a resolution for the comprehensive fine schedule for 2016-17, including Exhibit A. And I think that's about it.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Rennie?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on other business. Agenda item 6, receive the report from the Ad Hoc Citizen Committee and implement the following recommendations, listing 3 tax-related recommendations. Staff report.
Hi, Madam Mayor. Thank you, and Council. What you have before you tonight with this item is the recommendations that came out of the Ad Hoc Citizens Committee. This committee was formed originally in September when we brought forth some various funding options that would be dedicated to capital funding projects and infrastructure. The committee has met 3 times in February and went through a variety of information, including some historical trending of our revenues, expenditures, some draft ballot language just to kind of start thinking about what that could include, and also looked at similar taxes in local jurisdictions. When the committee was formed, the direction was specific from the council to look at TOT, transient occupancy tax, and utility user tax, or UUT. In the course of the conversations, the committee decided fairly early on that they were interested in recommending a TOT increase of 2%. That would take us from a 10% tax, which we currently have, up to 12%, but also expressed that they were probably considering just recommending one measure to the council, but would like to get more information on UUTs. So they asked us to go out and get some proposals from consultants and bring back what those costs would be in terms of lead consulting services for community outreach and polling specific to UUTs. The direction from the committee was if we just went with a TOT, we don't need consulting services. We thought we could do that in-house. When we get into UUTs that are more complicated and with the polling involved, we do recommend having a consultant, and the committee was on board with that. When we started reaching out to the consultants, we got some new information, and you'll notice the recommendation from the committee is to consider a sales tax or reconsider a sales tax and a UUT. And that recommendation really came from some information that we got in talking with the consultants that surrounding jurisdictions, cities and the county and other agencies like VTA are considering sales tax increases. They're in the same exact stage that we're at. They're considering it. We don't know for sure if they will be on the November ballot or not. But the issue has come up that sales tax is legislatively capped at 9.5%. In Los Gatos, we're currently at 8.75%. The options that VTA is considering is a 0.5% increase for transportation measures, and the county is looking at a 0.25 increase for homeless issues. So if those two were to be placed on the ballot and were to pass, that would get us at our legislative cap. Los Gatos wouldn't have the ability to add a sales tax increase if that were to happen without state legislation authorizing us to do so. So when we felt we needed to bring that forward to the committee because we wanted to share that with the council, the committee felt strongly that a local sales tax measure would provide more benefit to Los Gatos than the potential county measures or even a VTA measure. The benefit from a local measure would be greater. And wanted to ask the council to reconsider a sales tax measure. So that's what really derived the first recommendation on the staff report, was to enter an agreement with consultants to do lead consulting services, which is really community outreach. They work closely with the polling consultant and the research consultant to develop what would be successful ballot measures for you, language for you to consider, and really takes the lead on this for the town. We were able to get some proposals from consultants. Our lead consultant that we're recommending is the Lou Edwards Group. Miss Catherine Lou is here in the audience, so she can answer any specific questions you have on the services she would provide. These are very expertise-related services, and it is something that we would need a consultant to help us with. Again, the second recommendation in the staff report is related to TOT. The committee didn't make a formal motion on just proceeding with a TOT versus the others, so we're asking to bring you back language to consider once we get the full scope of the consultant services back and the polling results. And then finally, some direction on a further scope of the ad hoc committee and what their role would be. That the committee would like to look at draft ballot language, make further recommendations to the council, and we would need some direction on that from you tonight. So we're all here to answer questions, and that concludes the report.
Thank you. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So in your report, I think it was kind of unclear what would happen if we pass, say, a quarter cent and all the others pass and it's over the top. Are we going to have to, everybody's going to get a piece of what they wanted? If they're all going to not work, what we lose because we're the lowest jurisdiction? What's the...
So the staff report was probably unclear because we are on uncharted territory to a certain extent, in that there hasn't been a ballot where competing jurisdictions exceeded that amount. There's been times when towns and cities have been, or counties have been at the 9.5% already and tried to get the cap increased for their particular town or city, but there's never been this circumstances where competing jurisdictions exceeded the cap at one election. We've asked the BOE for a legal opinion, and we're waiting on that, the Board of Equalization, so that will help us with that determination. My personal opinion, and what my colleagues all say, that if in fact all of them passed and you exceeded your 9.5, it would not be hard to go to your legislature and get a increase in the cap. They wouldn't want to. If the voters have spoken and said these taxes are okay to collect, they wouldn't stand in the way of allowing those taxes to be collected, as opposed to the other way around. If we don't join in the game and it gets to 9.5, you have to go to your legislatures before you can even put it on the ballot and have them increase the amount above the 9.5. So it's a much harder legislation to pass, to say the town of Los Gatos would like to increase it and put it on the ballot without knowing whether it's going to be successful, as opposed to after the fact asking for it.
Thank you, that's clear.
Ms. Jensen.
2 questions. First is a follow-up to that. I'm surprised that your colleagues indicate that it would be easy to raise the limit, given that the governor vetoed a raise in the limit in 2015. And wouldn't it be more likely that an individual taxpayer would simply sue to invalidate the ballot measure, as they certainly have in the past?
Well, you couldn't sue to invalidate it, I don't believe, because you haven't started collecting it. You certainly couldn't collect it because not allowed to exceed that cap, 9.5. My feeling is that if in fact you couldn't get legislation passed, it would be just put on hold until at some point in time the cap and the governor increases it to 10.5. It's going to happen sometime, and then my legal opinion would be at that point in time the town already had a valid election, a valid ballot that allowed the increase, and you'd be able to collect it at that point in time once the state stepped in. So I don't think the actual election would not be invalid, because at the time the election was made, we had not exceeded our cap yet at 9.5, but we certainly couldn't collect it until either legislation passed or, and I don't know, like Councilmember Rennie said, is it possible for the jurisdictions, would it be possible to sit down with VTA, county and the town and come to an agreement so BOE would be able to collect it, but you take a percentage of it? I don't know. I'm still waiting to see if that's a possibility with BOE, if they would even entertain that type of discussion.
Follow up on another question. I'm not questioning whether you would invalidate the ballot. Certainly, there have been lawsuits, plenty of lawsuits, invalidating the action that's the result of the vote. Proposition 8, for example. My second question is, in trying to figure out the staff report, I saw the results of the, whatever it was, 1996 election for the transit occupancy tax that was tried to go forward with. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out whether it passed or not, because it just said the amount of votes, and I figured it was a 2/3 vote, and then it lost because it didn't change. So I assume it lost.
Yeah, so I think it was the UUT in
all right.
96, and it was a 2% on a variety of utilities, and I don't believe it passed. I think it was a special measure at the time, which is different than the committee, and I neglected to mention this. The committee was very detailed in that they think these proposals should be general. So that would be a majority of the vote. General in the sense that you would have some ballot language that would, restrict it to using on capital and infrastructure. They were pretty clear about that desire. But in terms of what kind of measure it would be general.
Okay, so it's a majority vote.
Yes.
The final one is, there's a recommendation looked to me that there was a recommendation from the committee to actually go forward with a transient, I don't know, that's not right. Somebody occupancy tax. It is transient, okay. That means people that aren't in one place all at once, okay. In any event, then the report goes on to indicate essentially that you ought to have a consultant for that as well. So which is it? Put it on or have a consultant for all of them?
So the committee's recommendation for TOT came out of their second meeting. It was to put on a TOT measure on the ballot, and that we did not need consultant services for that if we were just to do a TOT. And then they wanted to consider what a UUT would bring. So at their third meeting, we kind of diverged a little bit from that, in that we wanted to look at a UUT and a sales tax measure, and we know we need a consultant to do that. The committee still felt strongly that if the council's desire is to just go forth with a TOT, we don't need a consultant. Based on the conversations with the consultants, they would recommend doing a holistic survey, because you would really get a sense of what the community would support and what the success rate would be. So that's what they typically would do, and that would be what their recommendation would be. I could see the value in doing that, but that's at the will of the council.
I'm sorry, just need to make sure I understand.
Go
So
ahead.
page 5 of our staff report, under transient occupancy tax, last sentence of the paragraph there says, staff recommends that TOT be added to the research polling to provide a comprehensive analysis of potential measures. So that strikes me that there should be a polling and a consultant prior to any decision on the transient occupancy tax. And I see a member of the committee shaking his head. However, that's what the staff report says.
So I think that's where staff and the committee would diverge. The committee's recommendation would be different than staff is recommending based on our conversations with the consultant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couple questions for staff. Probably for Mr. Schultz. So right now, sales tax is the issue, 8.75% now. If we assume VTA successfully goes forward with a 0.5 and the county with a 0.25, we're up to 9.5%, which is the max. Let's assume that the town of Los Gatos wants to go forward with a 0.5. So then we're at, as successfully does it, then we're at 10%. What I hear you saying, Mr. Schultz, is more likely that there is no clear answer yet, that more likely than not, the VTA and the county would trump us because they are bigger entities, but that we could or we would go forward and get our 0.5% approved by the state. And then if we did that, Los Gatos would have a 10% rate.
No, I'm not saying that. They don't trump us. I would say the county, VTA, and us will have to go hand in hand to increase the sales tax in the town of Los Gatos above that amount. And the county and would have to do that for all sorts of other towns and cities. Not to try to complicate it very much, but Campbell, our neighbor, is already at 9%. And if the county and VTA both put their measures on without Campbell doing anything, and they both pass, they're over the 9.5 cap. So there's the county and VTA having to go to get legislation themselves without even Campbell being involved, because they would be over the cap. And so it's very complicated, but they don't trump us. It would have to be all together. I'm sure, at least my take on it is BOE is going to say, you guys need to go work this out. We're not collecting anything until it's worked out. And that would either be could be through a private agreement, or it could be through legislation. That's my take when it comes out, but I have not seen what they're going to say.
Okay, but let's put aside my Trump word, and let's assume that, that these three measures pass, and including Los Gatos. Los Gatos and it gets blessed by whomever. All of them do. Los Gatos would then be at 10%.
If we did a half cent in the other ones, yes.
All right,
That
so
would be 10%.
under that scenario, we, Los Gatos, would potentially have a higher percentage rate than those jurisdictions which just increased by VTA and the county.
Well, and it's just so different from each one. Taking our neighbor Campbell, they would be at 9 3/4, but they're also considering a 1/4 percentage right now, so they could be at 10 also.
All right.
I don't know if you wanted to add.
And then this is probably, I don't know for which staff person, but I understand that a general tax measure needs a 50% approval rate, and for lack of a better term, a specific tax measure would need a 65% rate or approval rate. What I don't understand is staff report saying that we can not make it general, that we can include capital and infrastructure in the wording and use it for capital infrastructure, and then say we need only a 50%. That's not making sense to me.
So the examples that were in the staff report are all taken from previous measures that were all general tax measures, and you can, being general, you can list the items that you'll use it for, and that could be infrastructure, that could be police services, that could be for parks, so that could be, and you can list those out and still consider it a general tax measure. If you're going to do a special tax measure, then you would specifically say that you're going to set up a separate funds only to use that. And if you look at some of that language, you'll see the end of it always says, or other general government purposes.
And so
that's the language you use to kind of get around the special tax.
Okay, and so then, if that language is used, and if it remains at a 50% approval rating by the voters, does that funding, given that additional language, go to capital and infrastructure, or could future or this council use it for other general fund matters?
They could. Okay. Most of the ordinances are being written to now make it mandatory to have a committee that watches those funds and makes sure the original intent, and there's a report that's done every year. So you'll see that many times an advisory committee is formed to oversee the use of those funds and that the original intent is maintained.
But if the
council could always, yes, overrule that and use it for any general purpose.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Ms. Sayak.
I just wanted to clarify and somewhat simplify what our recommendation is from the ad hoc committee. So Councilman Leonardis and I were here, and I actually see two other committee members as well as our chair. But we wanted to make it so simple so that only one measure was actually on the ballot. And in terms of priority for us in our discussions, we wanted this council to discuss the sales tax first and foremost because that had larger implications for how we as a council moved forward given the outside factors that are happening with the county and VTA. Once we decide whether or not we would move forward with the retail, that would in many ways decide the discussion. If sales tax is something that we would want to consider, then that is the only measure we would want us to consider. If we decide we are not pursuing sales tax, then TOT, the transient occupancy tax, is what we would recommend for November with no need for a consultant. So it's two paths, and I just want to make sure that we don't in any way think that we're looking at a combination of these different tax measures for November.
Questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector, and perhaps Mr. Schultz can comment on this. I think if we were to consider a sales tax measure, it would have to be in the presidential year. And that's why we also...
Not necessarily presidential. It has to be at the same time that you have an election for your council body. So that's why it has to be every November of every 2 years.
Okay, so in other words, we couldn't have it in 2017?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there is an emergency that allows that to happen, but we wouldn't fall under that exemption.
And then the other comment I wanted to bring forward from the ad hoc committee, we discussed the half-cent sales tax because if we did get up against the ceiling and the state legislature didn't vote to raise the ceiling, then it's possible that only our sales tax would get added, and the community would benefit from the tax that we collect, the use of the tax that we collect, and then the other tax measures potentially would be partially left out because they would be up against the ceiling. So if we passed a half and VTA passed a half, in this situation, VTA might only be eligible to receive a quarter because we might potentially take precedence over them for taxing ourselves and keeping the money in our community. I think we had discussion around that, but some of that is uncertain, but that's why the Citizens Committee chose to entertain the sales tax idea at this time because we thought it was an opportunity to potentially get the money as opposed to having that money potentially go to another agency where we wouldn't see the results of it.
Questions, discussion? All right, this is a public hearing, and I do have one card. If anyone else wants to address us on this item, please submit a card. Jack Van Naden.
Graceful. I was on the ad hoc committee, and there's one thing I wanted to bring to your attention. The three citizens, myself, Lee Fago, and Mark Robinson, felt that it was important that we understood costs before we put a tax before the citizens. We felt we had a responsibility, let's call it a fiduciary responsibility, to know exactly what our costs were before putting a tax forth. This was not addressed in the staff report, and many of us look at the staff report as somewhat of an executive summary, and we don't dig deep into the rest of the paperwork. And this particular subject has a lot of paperwork, so I just wanted to bring that out, that we thought understanding costs was very important. Secondly, on the sales tax, that came up, I think Ms. Callaway said, in the second meeting, and it took on a new importance to us, mainly because of the potential that, one, we may never be able to raise a sales tax again, and two, one of the things that was said was that if the sales tax went to the county, and the 0.25%, the total of 0.75, that the majority of those dollars was going to go to BART and to San Jose and to roads in Santa Clara County, and that Los Gatos would not get very much of that money at all. So we were looking at the sales tax as a way to, one, protect ourselves, get that money. Hopefully we can bring it all into Los Gatos. Another use might be that we can use it to negotiate with VTA and say, hey, we're going to file a sales tax measure if you guys don't guarantee us X amount of dollars. So we saw it as a possible use of leverage. Three, on the TOT tax, the reason that we differed with staff, and I guess with the consultant on this, is we were concerned that these were, I think, 18 to 20-minute phone calls, and that the people that were getting the phone calls, eyeballs were going to glass over listening to all this tax talk. And it's enough trying to get one tax subject across to somebody, but if you're trying to get two of them across at the same time, it might be a little bit hard to digest. And that was it.
Questions for Mr. Van Naden? Mr. Rennie.
So maybe, thank you, Mayor Spector. So Mr. Van Naden, maybe you just answered it, but I wanted to understand why the committee was moving away from utility tax. What originally, the council, we said utility and TOT we were interested in, we didn't say sales, and then you come back kind of with something different, which is okay, but I want to understand better. And I think you've covered the sales tax pretty well, but I didn't get the UUT.
The UUT, we were informed, is, one, difficult to get across. It's not a very clear tax, and it's a little bit confusing, so you lose some of your yes votes because it's not easy to understand. The second thing was, I think Mr. Conlon said that it's very difficult to pass the first time. And this, of course, would be the first time that we would have a UUT tax. If we did go after the UUT tax, we'd start out, we think, on the low side and then work up over the years on the amount of the UUT tax. But sales tax took on a new importance because of the Santa Clara County tax.
Follow up, if I might?
Certainly.
Second question for you on UUT. Was there any discussion around just targeting certain utilities, let's say water to discourage the use of water, or gas to discourage use of gas, but not electricity, so you push people to a potentially renewable source, for example?
I don't, I'll defer to Jennifer.
Yeah, there was some discussion about specific, those kind of commodity utilities that maybe would be part of a town-wide conservation policy or something. Water was specifically mentioned, gas, and we did mention electricity as well.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Bandita. Next speaker on this item, if I can tell by what's written on here, but it's Larry Arzi. Looks like 6, 7, and 8, but. All right, this is for 6.
6, if I can remember what that is at my age. You know, the last time this came up, I think it was Fagoni's era, and she wanted to place a tax on apartment buildings. An incredibly regressive, punitive way of conducting state politics. You know, sales tax is probably the most regressive and punitive tax that could possibly happen. We're already known as a rich community, so why do we tax the poor when they come to town? It doesn't work in my mind. Why haven't we covered taxes for fees? That was originally Fagoni's concept, but for some reason it didn't make it through, probably by trying to tax me on an apartment building. But fees are simpler. You just write the fee legislation and it's done. To example, I think I've been saying this for years, we have real estate offices with 100 or more shingle hangers in their office. So they're getting away without even having a business license individually. So why don't we business license every single goddamn realtor in this community? I mean, that's $1 million a year. There are other areas of fees that can be applied as well. We just have to sit down and think about it. But for regressive taxes, please don't do this to the people.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Arzi, how do you feel about the transit occupancy tax? Transient occupancy tax.
I think they're appropriate. I have no problem with transit occupancy taxes.
So in other words, if this council were to consider raising that by 2 percentage points from 10% to 12%, you would see that as not being a regressive tax or such?
Usually, the poor don't stay in hotels.
Thank you.
All right, I didn't see any other questions anyway. Lee Fago.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, let me say I truly enjoyed being on that committee. It was a good experience, and I want to salute the town staff for their responsiveness, including getting emails at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Way to go. Thank you. I just want to underscore the comments that you've heard from the previous two speakers, and in particular the issues about the sales tax. The only way Los Gatos, from my understanding of how the bills are interpreted, the only way Los Gatos was going to get any part of what VTA was putting through or the county would be if we put up our tax proposal as a negotiating tool, as a method of trying to leverage our position to get a percentage of whatever they were going to get if the state doesn't allow us to go over the cap of 9.5%. If we are able to go over the cap of 9.5%, then indeed we would benefit from that. But otherwise, again, I just endorse the comments that you heard from my colleague, committee member as well. I think he nailed and said it quite well.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Fago? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I have one more card. If anybody else wants to address us, please submit a card. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. First, I have 2 questions, or actually 3. I was interested in knowing an estimate of what tax would be generated by a TOT and what the amount estimated would be generated by a sales tax of 0.25 or 0.50. Those are 2 questions. Aside from that, I just have some comments that my husband made to me as we were discussing this at home. And he feels extremely strongly against the utility tax. He, even though this would be a Los Gatos utility tax. When he looks at our telephone bill and our water bill and our electric bill, and he sees all the little lines with extra amounts added, it makes him very angry, and he doesn't want to see a utility tax. He was in support of it, either a TOT and or a sales tax, because the TOT, as I think has been said before, doesn't affect residents of Los Gatos as much as people who are coming to town as tourists, and the sales tax, because while it affects residents, it's partly residents and partly non-residents who are paying the sales tax. Now, having said that, he did not listen to Larry Arzy's comments before he made these comments to me. But in general, I think he would favor a sales tax or a TOT.
Questions? Seeing none, I have no other cards. Anybody else want to address us on this item? Seeing no one coming forward, close the public testimony portion of this item and look to council on item 6 for discussion, questions, motion. So we're pondering. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Somebody's got to dive in first. So I think the recommendation from the staff is a good recommendation because it gives our citizens, through polling, a chance to weigh in on these items. We heard 3 speakers tonight with 3 different kind of points of view. And you know, originally we were thinking, when we first set foot into the committee meeting, well, let's just put the UUT on and the TOT without any kind of exploration. We were just going to do it. And then after further discussion and through insight from our staff, we came up with the idea of hiring these consultants who are professionals at this stuff, who can determine whether we will potentially sink or swim before we annoy our community with these items. So with that said, obviously there's a cost involved with it if we decide to go after the information on all 3 items. But when I thought about the dollars and cents, and I'm always a person who does not like to spend money, I thought it would be money well spent, because we might poll the public and the public might say, well, the sales tax is what we want and we don't want a TOT. Or they might come back and say, we'll try the UUT, but we don't want sales tax and a TOT. And for those reasons, I support the ideology of hiring the consultant and exploring this. I would not like to make an assumption on behalf of the public about these items. And I'm interested in hearing what the other council members have to say about this.
Thank you. Since I don't see people throwing their arms up to speak, I have thoughts on this. First of all, I want to thank the community members and the council members who worked on this committee. I have thoughts, but I too want to hear what other individuals have to say. Let's start out with, I am not a fan at all of taxes or putting tax measures on the ballot. I am not a fan generally of doing surveys, spending money and doing surveys, even though I know that there are staff people and members of in the audience who might feel differently. When I heard that the committee had come forward with a concept of a town sales measure, sales tax measure, I was interested in it because for the past December, January, February, March, for the past 4 or 5 months, I've been going to countywide meetings trying to see how Los Gatos could get for itself part of the potential sales tax measure that VTA was thinking about. And so far, that is not happening. Ultimately, VTA will make the call. So then I thought, if our measure went on and if it gave us leverage, i.e., it would be our money, and it would be taken from a defined pool, then I thought I would like that leverage. As the person who's representing this council, I would like to have that leverage. And I know Ms. Pavetti and I have discussed this before. But what I'm hearing right now is we may or may not have that leverage. And we may end up with Los Gatos having a fairly significant sales tax and not having leverage vis-a-vis a potential VTA measure. So where I stand right now, since I'm putting the sales tax into another box because it's not clear how that would be processed and what leverage, if any, it would give us, I am supportive, as the committee was, of the transit occupancy tax. I'm supportive of that going forward without a polling, and in our next ballot in November. And this, I don't think this came out in the committee's report, or maybe it did and I just didn't see it. The issue you have with the UUT tax, in addition to, I agree, it's a very difficult one to explain to the community, to explain when you call up and say, I want a minute of your time, is that for many people, it's considered a regressive tax because it's something that is imposed upon you when you're using basic necessities like electricity or gas or water, as opposed to a tax that you incur on things that are more voluntary or discretionary. So that's where I'm standing right now, and I'm looking to hear what other folks have to say. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I have a question, but first a point of order question. Did Mr. Leonardis make a motion? No, he did not.
He did not. He
Okay.
wants to hear what everybody else has to say.
Okay, thank you. So then my question was, he mentioned the staff's recommendation, and it's, I read it as the recommendation was that we would do polling to see if if a sales tax was a good idea, or instead we do polling for a UUT tax, and that's, maybe I'm wrong, maybe the polling will mention both and let the customer pick. Could that be clarified for me?
So the idea of the polling is it's kind of a general polling, and it would determine would give you some information on determining which would be the most likely to succeed, and then you could choose between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions or discussion? Ms. Sayag.
Thank you. One thing I want to underscore, listening to Mayor Spector's comments, was the general consensus of this committee was that we were hesitant to raise taxes, period. And we spent at least the first meeting discussing cost containment. And as Mr. Vaneta said, where are possibilities for us to look at a town at containing costs? Now, that being said, we did look at opportunities in raising taxes. And in our mind, as it sounds like this council is also saying, a transit occupancy tax seemed to be the easiest because it is an increase on a tax that already exists. And historically, it seems to be easier to pass an increase rather creating a brand new tax. And so understanding hesitation among council members to look at studies, we thought transit occupancy tax, it's straightforward, no need to pursue further studies. That would be one of the easiest ways to move forward. The sales tax measure, again, is complicated in that there's so much new information that comes out. When we heard about what the surrounding communities were doing, what the county was doing, what we didn't want to do is close a potential door for future costs. And so that one's a little bit more difficult because it sounds like we're still waiting on the board, we're still waiting on other legal issues that Mr. Schultz is looking at. And that's something that I can't predict, and so that would definitely feed into a decision that I would want, information I would want before making a decision on the sales tax, and I don't know when we actually have to make that final decision. Is there any way, what's our deadline? What does it look like? When do you anticipate any more information?
There'll be more information as this breaks out, because we're not alone in this, so there's a lot of other communities that are dealing with the same issue of the cap. The last time when we would have to put the ballot measure on is the first meeting in August. It makes it difficult for us not having meetings in July. My preference would to bring it back to place this on the ballot and give notice to the county, to the register of voters in June. So that's the date I think the schedule had, was to bring this back in June. So there is a few months to flush those issues out on sales tax and maybe have a more definitive answer. Like I said, Board of Equalization is going to issue a legal opinion on this issue, and that should help us.
Questions, discussion? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. One of the members of the public brought up the point, how much would these taxes actually raise in revenue for the town of Los Gatos? I was wondering if somebody from staff could also describe that, because part of the discussion of the Citizens Committee was centered around how much would we actually get by doing one or the other. And that's important information to know, I think, to the council, because it could be a very small amount or it could be a much larger amount. And obviously, larger is better on occasion if we would like to do more improvements and things to our town.
Yes, so a sales tax measure of 0.25% or a quarter cent is about $2 million. So if you did a 0.5%, it'd be $4 million. A UUT, that's a little bit more difficult to estimate because you have a variety of percentages that you could tax and you have a variety of utilities. We've estimated $2 million. That comes from a couple different sources. It comes from what the consultant estimated back in '96 when we looked at the 2% over, I think it was 4 or 5 different utilities. They said at that time about $2 million. If we look at our local jurisdictions that are similar to us, they range between 4 and 2.7 million. So we're about in that range. So we thought that was a reasonable estimate without having exact percentages. And then the TOT is the lowest amount. A 1% is 150 to 200,000. And so we're looking at, increasing 2% is about 300-ish thousand.
Thank you.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So question for staff. It's around the survey questions. Will we get any input into that before they do the polling? My concern is how you ask the question could either get answers that are not really what you're looking for, or it could potentially make the council look bad if we author, if there's people out asking questions, So would the question, has there been some consideration of how to preface the questions like, these are would you be interested in a sales tax to go towards capital improvements in Los Gatos?
So that's part of why this is such a highly specialized field is that's what the consultants are trained at doing and how to phrase these questions. I think Catherine could probably speak a little bit more maybe to how the researching works if you're interested. She did provide a timeline in their cost proposal, which is attachment 3. And I can give you a page reference as soon as I get there. I think it's page 9, the bottom of page 9 of attachment 3, and you'll see on there that there's developing research surveys, there's meetings with staff. It would be council's decision if they wanted the committee involved in that as well. But that is a very specialized field, and that's why we need a consultant.
So let me just mention my concern. So sometime, I don't know how long ago, 5 years ago, somebody did surveying for the North 40 asking if we wanted a Santana Row built there. So forevermore, there's citizens thinking we're building Santana Row on the North 40. So, it's an innocent question, but, it puts something in somebody's mind, and that's my concern also.
Thank you. Further questions? Motion. Discussion. Motion. Mr. Leonardis.
Again, being what I heard up here in the dais tonight, there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think those questions could be answered by hiring the consultant and doing the polling. It was stated that the committee, the general consensus is, well, we don't want to raise taxes, and we don't, but there's some things out there that we need to pay for in this community, and there's really not too many other ways to do it. With that said, and this is the direction of the council, I think it was last December when we were looking at this, we specifically narrowed down a bunch of different ideas, and one of those was not sales tax. One of them was the transient occupancy tax, and one of them was potentially a UUT. And the discussion centered around things like, how do we get a dedicated funding source to do traffic improvements, to do street repairs? Because right now, the way the town has been operating is we rely on our savings, and we don't have a specific, say, $4 million a year coming in. If we save $2 million in a strong year, then we potentially have $2 million to work with. But some years we might not save $2 million, and therefore no repairs or no improvements, capital improvements would potentially be made. So what we're trying to do is get a steady revenue stream that we could kind of count on to explore these other things. And with the TOT, it's it looks like low-hanging fruit, but it's not a very great amount of money. If it's $300,000, which would be nice if it were to pass, but $300,000 might not get us much. When the sales tax measure was brought forth again, the committee's idea was, well, this wasn't even on our in our purview to talk about. This wasn't the council direction, but because it was information about other communities and the VTA and all that stuff, other communities thinking about raising theirs, it appeared to be an opportunity for us to take a proactive approach to potentially cash in on $4 million a year that otherwise might go to another agency's pocket and we might not see any of. So without further ado, I think I would like to go forward with making a motion here and going from page 1 of the staff report, authorizing the town manager to enter into consulting agreements with both lead consulting firm and the Public Opinion Research Agency to conduct polling for the sales tax revenue ballot measurement or a utility users tax revenue ballot measure for consideration during November 2016 general election with the appropriate budget adjustments from the year-end revenues over our expenditures, and then direct staff to prepare the ordinance and resolution for future consideration, placing a tax measure on the November 2016 ballot to increase the transit occupancy tax by 2% for a total of 12%. And as far as the final recommendation in the staff report, the future direction on the continued scope and role of the ad hoc citizen committee. We have 2 members here this evening who I believe both enjoyed serving. I would like to continue that committee as necessary when we get the information back through or from the consultants. And I would assume all the way up until the ballot language has been drafted. So I'd like to continue the tenancy or tenure of that committee. And that's my motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Sayak.
I'll second the motion. But if I may, just a point, may I ask a question of clarification?
Yes.
For the transit occupancy, even though we would be directing them to prepare a draft ordinance, we would hold that until we got the results of the polling questions based on UUT and sales. Is that correct?
That is correct. I don't anticipate, moving forward with anything until we have all the information in place. So it would be my goal to, have this council review what the results of the polling was. And who knows, that might be the one that nobody wants. We don't know.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Ms. Jensen.
I appreciate the work of the committee very much and all the research and information that's gone into it. I can't support the motion. It strikes me as a little ironic to spend $113,700 on consultants to figure out how to raise money. And this council has been very careful in when it hires consultants and very careful in when it uses funds. With respect to a possible sales tax, I, like the mayor, have attended many meetings with VTA and those who would like to place a VTA tax measure on the ballot in November. And it's hard for me to imagine the threat, real or whatever, or not real, of a Los Gatos sales tax ever being considered as leverage by those who are using that or arguing for that measure. Given that we also have, at our last meeting, reduced our budget amount for sales tax by about $11,000, and that our sales tax in Los Gatos has gone down 4.7% last year, while the state has gone up 2.4%. Strikes me that the sales tax is not the greatest way to raise revenue, given that that's what our condition is. And I'd also like to remind the council that people in Los Gatos do stay at our hotels. For example, if their house gets flooded, or if their relatives come to town for a wedding or a graduation. And so it is a Los Gatos tax. And I also don't, even though that's true, I don't think we should be making decisions on taxing the other guy. I think we need to consider whether a tax is fair for everybody and whether it can be used in the town. So I can't support the motion.
Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. When the committee met, we didn't think of it as taxing the other guy. We just focused on it as raising revenue. And with the TOT, we looked at the surrounding communities and what they were taxing. And ours hasn't been raised in about, I think it was about 30 years. My memory serves me correct. But we were much lower than neighboring jurisdictions like Campbell and Palo Alto. So to me, it just seemed like, as we discussed earlier with our fines and our fees, we looked at neighboring jurisdictions and decided where we were, and thought that it was a make sense opportunity to bring it more current, because it seems like it was too low. But I do agree with the comments that it is true, friends and family might be staying in hotel rooms. But I also think that on those occasions, it's rare, and that the majority of the TOT would probably be paid by people outside of the community.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'll just make a couple comments, keep it short. Originally we were looking, we sent UUT and TOT. Those sort of made sense to me, especially when we originally looked at, as Mr. Leonardis says, we're below where we are in the other communities. On the UUT, we don't even have a UUT, and the other communities do. I wasn't particularly, didn't particularly like the idea of the sales tax increase, although this is why we put this ad hoc committee to come together. I think they did come up with probably a pretty good idea that it really is trying to keep the sales tax is likely to get to its maximum, and we would like to keep some of it local. So it's making more sense to me, and as the polling will help us clarify this. And then I would just add that, the reason we're looking for additional revenues is we need a source of capital funding. Right now, we don't have a dedicated source of capital funding. It's sort of how well we can squeeze our expenses and hope our revenues match predicted in order to have some ability to improve our town for the following year. So I'm going to support the motion.
All right, I will not be supporting the motion for reasons I've already stated, but summarily, it could result in a 10% sales tax for the town of Los Gatos with no leverage against VTA, with the funds not being dedicated to capital improvement projects. And so that's it. Calling the question. Yes.
Before the council acts on the motion, we just want to clarify, based on the discussion of the council regarding the motion, it was implied that the poll would also discuss or ask questions regarding the TOT. However, that was not explicit in the motion. Is it the intent that polling would cover all three potential?
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you for raising the question. I thought that I read in the staff report that when we did the polling, that they were also going to ask about that, or we were going to hire a separate entity to do that.
That was staff's recommendation. However, it's not on the front page of your memo. We were respecting the committee's recommendation. However, if you go with recommendation 1, authorization to enter into a consulting agreement Staff's recommendation is that we would poll for all three, so you'd have the benefit of that information.
I would concur with staff's recommendation.
Ms. Sayak?
Actually, I would actually not concur, just because I was one of the committee members that felt that getting someone on the phone to talk about three measures would be difficult, whereas to simplify the questions, limiting it to two, sales or UUT, seems much more straightforward to me.
All right, let me jump in now. So it does not include, the motion does not have a second for the transient occupancy tax. Mr. Leonardis.
Question for staff again. So we were going to hire a separate firm to speak of the TOT, or is it the same firm?
So it's
just paying them extra to ask extra questions and keep them on the phone longer, is that correct?
Actually, there isn't really a cost difference there. The survey's the survey, regardless of, it's going to be 18 minutes, and what they put in there. If it's TOT, UUT, and SALS will be 18 minutes. If it's just SALS and UUT, it's 18 minutes. But it's two consultants, no matter what. It's a lead consultant and a research consultant.
In that case, I'll go with my original motion with respect to what the Vice Mayor mentioned, so as not to cloud the motion. Just the two.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Mr. Leonardis.
I had some comments about the potential of 10% tax. What we're doing is a fact finder motion. We're not deciding on raising the taxes this evening. Again, I'm interested in hearing what the community wants. We have a lot of unfunded needs out there, and this is one way to bring more revenue to the community to pay for some things. So that's the whole purpose of what I'm up here to do, is to hear from the community, and I'm very fearful of raising the taxes, but that's a long way off from what we're doing this evening. We still have plenty of time to decide based on the information we get. So that's why I'm going with the staff recommendation.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call to question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion passes 3-2. Jensen and Spector voting no. At this point, we are going to have a 10-minute break. Thank you all very much. We are now on agenda item 7, which is to review the work of the Council Ad Hoc Committee on Parking and Infrastructure. Mr. Morty, it looks like you're on again.
I am on again. Thank you. So just a quick recap on the project. You've heard this about this project before. The ad hoc committee has done quite a bit of work since the last time we've been here. The proposed project that we've been exploring is a parking solution for the downtown parking need on Main Street at Linden. This includes 3 town-owned parcels. On your map, it's the blue parcel and the 2 yellow parcels. We've also incorporated Victory Lane into the opportunity. The blue parcel does have a 6 BMP requirement because it was purchased with redevelopment agency dollars as a potential BMP site. So that would need to be incorporated in some way or solved for in some way in association with the project. On August 4th of last year, the council authorized the issuance of an RFI after the work from the ad hoc committee to seek information on a public-private partnership. As a reminder, an RFI is a request for information. It's an opportunity for the town to go out and ask for the bidding community to provide information on a particular solution, in this case, a parking garage or related structure on this particular site. The goal of the RFI as we sent it out was to include a ground lease to meet our BMP requirements and to increase public parking And there's some other associated requirements as well. This table, which is attachment 3 in your packet, summarizes the initial responses to the RFI. So this changed a little bit, but the initial responses are included here. I'd emphasize that this is very preliminary information. So an RFI is very high level. So the information that was received in association with this is very high level as well, and will be refined should we decide to continue with the project. You'll see that both projects were fairly similar in nature. Both of them had modest commercial, relatively high amount of housing for the site, and modest parking increases. The ad hoc committee looked for additional information in association with this project to clarify or to help determine what the next steps might be, including the committee asked for information regarding reducing the amount of residential associated with the project and increasing the parking over the modest parking proposals that were received. In discussions with the two proposers, they identified one of the needs that were, one of the requirements of the RFI, in that it be a ground lease associated with the property as being a hurdle towards decreasing the housing and increasing the parking. Namely, that rental properties weren't as valuable as for sale properties. So by removing that, it allowed that ground lease and allowing for sale, it allowed some flexibility for the proposers to relook at the project and come up with some additional ideas. I'd like to emphasize that each of these items is a series of levers. So if you move one lever, it tends to affect another one. And I addressed that in the memo a little bit. But for instance, if you decrease the residential, then that decreases the amount of revenue associated with the project, and it would need to increase some other opportunity elsewhere. That's why the for sale and the for lease was a good switch off. So with the idea that a for sale might be reasonable, we asked the developers to come back with additional information, and so they did. I also like to point out at this point that the developers are doing this work sort of pro bono. There was quite a bit of work provided in this in internal work for the proposing companies, as well as in design for architectural firms that they had working for them. So there's some work that went into this, some costs that went into this, that they have no guarantee on being reimbursed or getting a return for. So as you see in the revised RFI information, the parking spaces increased, so there's roughly 75 additional parking spaces. Again, very preliminary information, and sure to change as any particular project would go forward. The residential units come down significantly. The commercial becomes a little bit more in flux, as it's not as viable as residential. And there is a potential for some residual revenue to the town from one of the partners up to $2 million. That the town would have as discretionary dollars. But again, I wouldn't necessarily write a check based on that estimate at this point. We didn't want to take it too far tonight without allowing the council to have some discussion. These are the staff's recommendations on the discussion points for this evening. So the items would include the amount of parking that have come out of the discussions with the two proposers at this point, the amount of residential for the site, as well as the amount of commercial, the ability to address the BMPs, and the revenue needs for the town, and any other particular item that comes of interest to the council. And that leads to our recommendation, which is to review and discuss the proposal and to direct staff to begin negotiations with the proposers at this point, and to contract for PPP services. PPP stands for Public-Private Partnership. What that means is that the town doesn't necessarily have the experience to do the full evaluation of a public-private partnership, and we would suggest that we bring an expert, if we go forward, bring an expert on in this field to help us with that. An expert in this field would be able to take a look at things such as pro forma and analyze whether those pro forma made sense, and to ensure that we're keeping one of those levers, which is the profit for the proposer, the partner, at a reasonable level. And that would be advisable from our perspective in order to make sure that the town is getting the best possible outcome for this project. With that concludes staff's presentation. Certainly the ad hoc committee, I would expect, would have some input as well, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. Let me just lead off with the question to hopefully clarify some issues. you mentioned that the first go-around of information had the proposed residential units being leased or rented, and then the second go-around had them being purchased. That reduced the number of units. But right now, I know that we're on a request for information and we don't have detail that we would if we went down the line. But right now, under the RFI, is the developer purchasing the land, leasing the land, renting the land? What is the relationship between the proposed developers and the town?
So as it stands now, in order to, I think to get to an area that would be more acceptable to the town, it would be a sale agreement. The town would still retain some ownership in the space in terms of the parking structure portion of it that would allow us to have ongoing ownership of the parking. And then there'd be probably a condo type of a ownership solution for the rest of the property that would allow for the separation of that property out and be ownership units.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Morley, another thing I think that could be of interest to the public on this is, and the other council members is, we've talked about now selling them the land. So somebody might come up with the question of, well, does that mean that this developer now owns the garage and they can do what they want with these public spaces? Or is they somehow going to sell it back to the town? Or do we get to decide if there's a charge for, maybe answer some of those questions?
Certainly. So the fine details would yet to be worked out, and I think that's why we're really recommending that we bring an experienced professional in to work through the public-private partnership. But as we envision at this point, it is a partnership between the town and a potential third party, and that the agreement would lead to the development of the property in partnership, and so there wouldn't be a sort of a hands-off effect from the town's perspective until the project was complete.
Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Morley, when the committee went and explored this and we submitted the RFI and all that stuff, it's coming back with a lot of units, and I was hoping to have more parking. I was thinking 300 parking places and 6 units, and now we got, well, it looks like 34 potential units, which is taking up parking, and plus we have to get parking back for those. So what would be another approach to this process to get more parking out and less units? And could we still partner with a developer to construct it, but the town potentially finance it?
So I think where the opinion, I believe, for the ad hoc, and they can chime in, it was that the initial proposal was high and the amount of residential units very uncomfortably high. So the request back was to reduce that. I think they got to a point where they thought it was worthwhile to have a discussion with the full council at this point on exactly that as one of the topics, is the density on the intensity on the property, and whether that was acceptable to the council or not, and where we needed to go. As I talked about with the levers, there are certain levers that as you pull one, you affect another. You won't have a partner at the table unless there's a revenue source for that partner, so they need to be able to make a dollar on the project. So if you drive too hard on one lever, you're likely to drive the partners away from the table and not have a partnership at all. That would be the reason why we'd need some help on that, to help us figure out what that line is and where we're pushing too hard, or what makes sense. Ultimately, I think you're right. One of the other options is for the town to finance some or all of the project at the extreme. The town could build its own garage on the site. That would be intensive in terms of a capital investment. And the reason we're exploring this is because I believe that the idea that the town does not have that amount of capital available to do that kind of a development.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Would we be able to issue something like certificates of participation to raise the money? And I was looking through the numbers in the chart. It said we can, if we charge $1 an hour or something, you could raise $650,000 a year. With $650,000 a year, and that's before our, I guess, administrative expenses, we could essentially pay for return on the financing and construct it ourselves, and then we own the garage and we own the land, and it would be a town asset. Were any of those ideas discussed?
So there are a couple of things, and I'll let I think the assistant town manager answer the certificates of participation or the financing element. But as to the charging for parking, I think there was a little trepidation about whether charging for parking just within a garage would be competitive when there's free parking throughout the downtown. If there's a bigger discussion about charging for parking all through downtown, I think that's something separate that would warrant quite a bit of discussion and input from the public prior to moving forward with that.
Just to add on with the COPs that you were discussing, we could do a COP. You could also potentially think about a GO or a general obligation bond. You need a dedicated funding source for a general obligation bond. So we don't have that right now. So that would be a little bit more difficult. With a COP, well, we wouldn't need to provide a dedicated funding source. We would need to know where we're going to make those payments from. And there's not a lot of flexibility in our budget right now to absorb that. So while we could do it, we would really have to find where those annual payments are coming from.
Thank you for the clarification on that.
Further questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector, and I'd like to just clarify a little more on the parking for Mr. Leonardis and Mr. Morley. Please tell me if I get it wrong. But so it's 75 additional parking. So the residential units are going to require some parking. Those would be dedicated for residential. The commercial is going to require some parking. So the commercial could be shared. So when it says 75 additional, that includes, I can't remember if it's 20 or 18 or whatever the number is that would be needed for that size of commercial. So it's 75 in addition to whatever's needed for this number of residential was the potential. And then I wanted to add one other thing. Again, these guys are kind of doing back of the napkins of what they think they can do, and in this particular one, I think it was one of the two, also thought there would be residual dollars they could give back to the town, or the cost would be less than what the land is worth. So we would actually have some dollars that we might be able to take somewhere else and towards a garage.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Morley. I will now look to see if we have any testimony. I do not have a card on this item. This is agenda item 7. I do not have a card. I have cards coming coming forward. Angelia Dorner.
I just have a real quick question. I didn't see this information. I might have just overlooked this information in the staff report. But the way this calculates out is only 1.5 spaces per residential unit. And I believe throughout downtown, at a minimum for a single family residence, you require 2 parking spaces, and if you have a rentable unit on your property, depending on your lot size, you may need a minimum of 2 others. So I'm trying to sort of reconcile 1.5 parking spaces for 34 units and what those units, how that works, because it doesn't seem to compute to me.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to address us on this item?
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. One of the concerns I have about this is it seems like a huge intensification of that location. And with the commercial and with the housing that would go in beyond the 6 BMPs, we're creating more need for parking. And I recognize that we'll get some spaces, but this feels like it's a space where we have one shot to do this. And I don't understand why we're not looking more at paid parking. I realize it's anecdotal, but I talk to people that work downtown all the time, and a parking ticket is north of $50. Most of them have said they would pay $75 a month for a parking pass. So I think at some point we need to address the fact that if we had a parking structure someplace that was specifically paid parking, monthly passes or something, and you can only park there if you paid for a monthly pass, that might cover a lot of it. and we could get those employees off the street. We could cut down the traffic where these employees are coming out every 2 to 3 hours to move their cars and are competing with customers for those spaces. And I did not see that as part of the discussion with the ad hoc, and I don't know if that's something that can be opened up, but that might then alleviate the need to have so many residential units. And you could go down to the BMPs that you need, maybe a couple extra, do the commercial primarily to make the parking structure look nice and make it look commercial on the outside, but have it primarily be a parking garage.
Question, in your mind, if it were a parking garage, the money from that, I mean, if it were paid parking, the money from that would do what?
Well, that would be to be worked out with whomever comes forward. I don't know how much it costs to build a parking garage, and so maybe the developer would want all of the money because that's what it would take to pay for it, and the town would need to go negotiate that, or maybe the town gets a percentage. If we take away the residential, there's got to be some way for whomever builds it to pay for it.
All right,
And the
thank
town doesn't have the money to build it.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other cards. They're coming up slowly. Okay, give us your name. You have 3 minutes.
Jim Foley, 1 through 17 and a half, North Santa Cruz. A few years back, I participated in a Chamber of Commerce ad hoc committee discussing the parking garages and what to do with them. And I've kind of been monitoring the situation and the work that the ad hoc committee has done. And frankly, when the first proposals came out, I laughed. I thought there's no way this is going to get any traction. I just thought it was a ridiculous intensification of that part of town. And then I kind of lost track of it. It was my fault. And it came back and here we are. I think that what the town is giving away there is definitely not equitable for the number of parking spaces that are being gained. I think that Councilman Leonardis, who's been verbal about this issue for a long time, has a good point. I think that looking into bonding and financing and things like that, we need to sharpen our pencil a little bit more. Even Ms. Risto, kind of dialing this back and figuring out a way that we can bond for a portion of it, but maybe there's a commercial element to it. I understand the idea of trying to subsidize it. I don't think it's a bad idea. But I just think that this is not the right project to go on the property there.
Let me ask you then, what would your concept of how it could be financed? I mean, I knew you threw around some vague terms there. Anything specific?
Yeah, I haven't gone through that exercise. I mean, I'm sort of familiar with the concept of bond financing, and we heard a little bit about what the options are going to be for that. I don't know if they've been exhausted. Maybe they have by staff. Maybe it takes more time. Maybe we need to revisit some of the assessment district. Maybe we need to revisit how you take in some money on the paid parking part of it to justify the bond payments. Maybe there's a retail portion of it along the ground floor that somehow creates the cash flow to securitize that. I mean, I don't really know, but I know it's not just slapping a ton of residential units back there and building a 35-plus foot building and getting 20 to 45, or I guess now maybe 75 parking spaces out of it, when the original vision has been hundreds of parking spaces to actually make a market difference to the parking situation downtown.
So when you talk about bonding or other financing mechanisms, are you talking about the town being essentially the debtor in this mechanism?
I guess, I think traditionally that was the idea, and I'd been to many presentations on, okay, it's going to cost $12-15 million to do a structure. It's $45,000 a stall. How do we pay for it? How we being the town, how does it get paid for? The newer idea of public-private partnership or, somehow subsidizing it, it's a good one, but I think the test was put out there. How does it work? We got 2 or 3 responses back, and I don't think that, at least from what I had understood, those weren't what I would expect to get back. It was a massive, intense development to be able to justify, the land price or whatever it was going to be, or the cost of eating the garage in the development. So to me, that just states it's not going to work. So you got to kind of go back to what are the other financing mechanisms that you can do to create like a standalone type garage or something like that.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I seem to recall, and you probably were there and I was not, that a couple years ago, when Mr. Larson was still the town manager, there was a meeting with property owners downtown with regard to financing a garage with some of the tools that you're mentioning, but there was no interest. Am I missing something here?
I think the meeting that you're talking about, if it's the same one that I was a part of, it was about reaching out to all of the different property owners in downtown to revive the parking assessment district, which had sunsetted in 2014 or whatever it was. The message from town staff was they weren't going to spearhead any effort there. It was going to have to come from the property owners themselves. So there was this committee that was assembled we met at the Chamber of Commerce. There were 2 or 3 meetings and then it lost all traction. There were some ideas there about, valet parking or, doing something to kind of start stimulating whatever the conversation on overall solving the parking issues. And then I think the consensus was, however many 100 property owners there are downtown, we had participation from 4 or 5. And so we couldn't reach everybody and it wasn't going to happen on its own. So then I think it evolved into this ad hoc committee and I think there's another parking committee in town of some kind that I don't think has really tackled this either, but that's where that sort of ended.
Further questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Since you own a business downtown, I'm going to ask you this question, because you probably have employees that park, and they may get frustrated if they get a parking ticket for parking beyond their allowed time for their shift. So as a way to help pay for, say, the debt servicing on this, and again, we were given numbers in our report that said $1 an hour for parking. Do you think it's unreasonable to charge something like $1 an hour for an employee over an 8-hour shift, knowing that they don't have to get out and move their car around and all that kind of stuff, as opposed to the alternative, which is get out and move your car every 2 hours or get a ticket for $50? What do you think would be, as a business owner, more beneficial to your business?
It's a good question. I think there's a varying degree of employees in the downtown. There's a lot of people in the service business where that's a good amount of money to pay every day when they're making wages and tips. So, I mean, it depends. I think it'd be hard to speak for them, but I think there's a lot of people that would, and there's certainly a lot of people in the professional offices in the upstairs that would probably buy like some kind of seasonal, parking pass. And it's part of this conversation that I haven't seen in any of the proposals, which we've revisited time and time and time again in these chambers about the employee parking and how that impacts customer parking, people that visit town, what the solution is, is there going to be a designated place for them, how that works. And so in those meetings that we had, we talked about a comprehensive plan and a package, and it starts out with maybe valet, and there's valet during the holidays, and then it increases, and then it's on the weekends, and then we build the garage, and then we get the employees to park somewhere. So there's just a lot of these pieces of the puzzle that I don't see as a part of what these proposals are at all.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. I have one more card, so if anybody wants to speak. Cameron Schwab.
Hello, I'm Cameron Schwab, and I'm with Barry Swenson Builder, one of the applicants. And I just wanted to say that we agree with what Mr. Morley has articulately stated at the beginning. As applicants, we came and designed to the guidelines that were provided. And yes, while they were to a degree back of napkin at the beginning, we've been going back for the last several months working with the committees on several different meetings. So they are ballpark. And so with that, kind of the next step that from an applicant perspective is to get feedback from the priorities from the council, from staff, as well as the community to figure out which levers we want to move in which direction. I heard 300 parking spaces, so maybe that's something that we can bump up here and see what happens to the rest of the flow. So that's something that as applicants we're hoping to find out as next steps.
Questions? Mr. Schwab. I have not been able to put your materials are here somewhere, but you came back, your company came back with a request for RFI where the ad hoc committee asked that there be more parking spaces and less housing. and you came back a second time around. Can you remind me again, I realize that this is very tentative, but what kind of numbers you're talking about as far as the financing needed to construct the parking garage?
We were able to approach, when we prioritized, based on our most recent meeting, committee meeting, when we prioritized parking spaces, we were able to get that number, the total parking space number, closer to the 300 mark. And that didn't include the residential parking. But that only included for a residential unit 1 parking space per unit. So your point about kind of doing the shared parking component, that was something that we considered as well. And then from a density perspective, we were able to get slightly under that 34 number as well, and to make it work out.
Well, and when you say to make it work out, why do you have, because both of the developers did, why do you have residential at all? Why don't you just build the town a parking garage?
Because it's the most economically viable, and the for sale product in the town of Los Gatos makes the most sense there. So if we want to get the 6 BMR or BMP units and have the lowest density possible, getting a for sale unit there allows us to create the most parking spaces in addition to that. And so from our engagement with the staff and with the committee, those have seemed to be the priorities that we have prioritized in our design.
But the committee gave you 6 BMRs. 6 BMRs and as much parking space as possible. But you have more residential and not as many parking spaces as the committee would have liked. But so can you tell us why?
Per residential unit that we would receive, those sales proceeds go directly back to all the hard costs, soft costs, everything that goes into the development. And per parking space, we have a ballpark number that we work with for building that parking. And whether it's a parking garage, whether it's above ground, at grade, below ground, all those have different parking variances. And so with the most recent design that we've done, we tried to take the lowest density possible to have the least impact on the community while still retain that revenue in order to build and maximize the parking spaces to get to that 300 mark for the community.
Other questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So just to reiterate something you said earlier, we could get 300 spots in excess of the residential parking requirement, provided that that parking requirement is reduced to 1 space per unit. Is that what you said? And then what was the total number of units? You said it was less than 34, inclusive of the 6 BMPs?
Correct.
So what was the total number, including the BMPs, of units in this example?
In this particular example, it was around 25 units, including
6 BMPs.
6 BMPs. And the total parking was just shy of 300.
Just shy of 300.
Correct.
In excess of the units or parking
Correct.
required for the units of the 25 BMPs.
The 25 BMPs were all parked within the units.
And in this scenario,
I'm going to step in here. You don't mean 25 BMPs.
25.
Sorry, yes.
All right.
25 units.
6 BMPs
Okay.
inclusive of the total 20.
So there'd be 19 regular units.
Approximately.
And in a scenario like that, who would maintain what ownership of what? Would the town still own the land? We would have a 99-year lease? Or is that still all up in the air?
Good question. In that particular scenario, it would be the ownership of the parking would be to the town, and then all the units would be condoed out and for sale.
Okay, and then you guys, of course, would realize the profits from those. Swenson Builders would get the profits from the units,
The remainder of the profits.
the 19, right. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Larry Arzi?
There was really only a half-hearted effort on our previous town manager of forming a parking committee. We had, what did we have, 3 meetings? And they were all silly meetings. They didn't resolve anything except voice frustration from the property owners about what is going on in this town. I say, again, move the residential from over to Ditto. Let's have a parking garage only. Charge for the parking garage. Lease the land to the builder or developer or a third-party operator. No retail, and a minimum at least 300 parking places. That will bring us to where we should have been 30 years ago. The 300 figure is approximately what was used to calculate the existing parking garage. What you've all heard, the secret number, that 300 cars parked there anyhow. That the last parking district only gave us a beautification project. We made Los Gatos pretty. No more dirt parking lots, easy access, egress, but we got nothing for our money. And in the 35 years that it took for this parking, that we paid payments to the parking district, we got nothing except less parking places because we continue to add more CUPs, we continue to add more restaurants, national chain stores, and increase our parking triple-fold. The old figure used to be we have 1,000 parking places in Los Gatos, but yet we have 1,000 employees. It hasn't changed except we have more employees, but we still only have 1,000 parking places. So you guys owe us big times. It's your answers within these walls. We've created the problem within these walls, and now let's fix it on it.
Mr. Arzi, and so if I understand you correctly, you're talking about a parking structure at the location of Main Santa Cruz, and how would that parking structure be financed?
Well, as the previous speakers have suggested, that we put meters, we charge for parking in Los Gatos. I'm saying the worst thing that can possibly be said, because for 30 years we don't charge parking. I mean, that's silly, absolutely silly. When the parking district was first formed, my partner and I were saying charge, put meters. It's simpler nowadays. The old answer used to be, well, we can't have parking. It's more expensive than what it's worth. Well, today we put the meter in, we have charge cards. It's very simple to process parking now.
But do you think that parking, put aside the mechanism, that paid parking will pay for the parking structure?
In conjunction with perhaps a fee set to every CP, every business with more than 2 employees, yes. I mean, we can set a fee for, along with every conditional use permit in town for so much money. That, along with paid parking and with the parking garage fees coming in, we should be able to come closer to what is being proposed now.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Arzi, do you think that the town should maintain ownership of the structure and the land underneath? Or do you think, as the previous speaker spoke, that, if they were to provide those 300 spots and the 19 units plus the 6 BMP units or some configuration thereof, that would be a more prudent way to move forward with this?
Well, first of all, I didn't include the BMP units, or I suggested that we do an exchange and move them to Ditto's Lane and build them there instead of at the parking garage. And what was the basic question?
Well, essentially, how should the town pay for it?
Well, I have no problem with a third party owning everything. If they want to build the garage without additional intensity or density of retail and residential, but a parking garage only, then I'd say, we love you. That's, the duck says that, doesn't he? Come build the parking lot, all the profits you build is for you. I have no problem with a third party, somebody else besides the town charging for parking. This is not the 1960s anymore. This is not the 1970s when the parking district was formed. There's a different dynamic and a different opinion running around. Us old geezers are going away. We're not yelling anymore. I agree with every single speaker that's come up here tonight, except for the developer, because he wasn't advocating one way or other. So yes, allow a third party or second party to buy the building, lease the land for $1 a year. Give it away.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. I have one more card, Lee Quintana. And then, Mr. Morley, I'm going to ask you to make mental note of the issue, because I see you're coming back up. Lee.
Thank you. Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I'm going to start with a question, because I thought that part of the land that this development is on was purchased with redevelopment agency money. So I'm assuming there is an obligation for a certain number of units, and I forget what that number is. So I'd like a clarification on that. These are just a bunch of thoughts. I agree with a lot of what Larry Arzi said, except for the housing at Ditto's Lane. Parking. I think that in the past, part of the problem with paid parking was that you had to have all these meters sticking up all over the place, and it was pretty ugly and I guess costly to put in. But nowadays, like Larry said, you can have just a central tower where you use your charge card. Lots of small towns have parking, and it doesn't seem to affect the number of people who are coming to their downtowns. I agree with what Larry said about the parking district just being beautification. I'm going to come back to that at the very end so that I won't run out of town. The reason why I'm concerned about housing at Ditto's Lane is that'll just get us back into the problem of the environmental issues that came up with the original proposing of housing at Ditto's Lane. Once you get past 2 houses, you have to improve that roadway, and improving that roadway has multiple impacts environmentally. Another comment that I would make is that whatever the use winds up being and however it gets financed, I like the idea of commercial on the side because that makes it more part of the Los Gatos atmosphere rather than just a big parking structure. And lastly, to get back to what Mr. Arzi said about the beautification being the sole purpose of the parking district. When I was a student at San Jose State, one of the first classes I took was an environmental impact report class. And what I reported on was the EIR for that parking district. And I remember very clearly being so puzzled that I actually made an appointment with my professor, because the way I read it all was that we weren't creating any parking spaces at all. We were just making the parking that was now being done on dirt lots paved.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. I have no other cards, no one coming forward. I'll close the public testimony portion of this hearing. Mr. Morley, welcoming you up to address some of the issues we've heard and answer questions we might have.
Thank you. To address a couple of the issues that we heard, in terms of a pay for parking and a structure, we haven't done a costing on what it would look like to build a structure in Los Gatos. We did look at some comparisons, and I think the most applicable comparison, because it's built on the same size property in the same type of configuration, is a garage that was just completed in Morgan Hill. And that garage was built at the expense of about $15 million, so that gives you sort of a ballpark. If you were going to look at financing and then sort of back of napkin, $15 a month for 250 spaces, and you were to look at how you would pay for a garage at $15 million with that kind of a revenue stream, it would take you about 333 years to pay off the garage with no interest. So there's a bit of a hurdle there in terms of dollars in making something like that happen. In terms of a larger parking district, we haven't done that evaluation either. So a larger parking district may provide a viable funding source for a parking structure somewhere in the downtown. That would be a separate analysis that we would need to undertake from sort of the ground up. One of the questions for one of the speakers was, why don't you build the minimum, the 6 BMP and the parking, and then that would be it, so not the residential element. And I think the answer to that that we were looking for was there's an expense with building that, and those expenses need to be covered. So the developer's expenses would need to be covered. The proposals that we saw in order to cover those expenses was the addition of residential to cover that. As if a project were to move forward, I think the goal of staff and the assistance that we would look for would be, how do we minimize that? So what are we solving for in terms of what's effective from a profit margin for a developer, return on investment for a developer, and what can we drive that number down to? So that would be the lever we'd be working with in that particular situation, and then that would drive the amount of residential that would need to be constructed. So you heard tonight about a number that has been further refined since the ad hoc committee met last, and continues to work towards driving those numbers down. In terms of the number of spaces per residential, yes, the requirement for sale residential is 2, so that those numbers would change a little bit on the chart. The rental allocation would be 1.5, so there is a difference in spaces there, and that would decrease the 75 a little bit if there were for sale units. In terms of moving housing to Ditto's Lane, I'm not sure functionally how that would work, and we'd have to do quite a bit of work on that. I think Ditto's Lane doesn't have a number of units allocation. It has a full allocation towards lower moderate income housing. And moving an additional 6 units there, I'm not sure how you would calculate that and make that happen. In addition, I think we talked a little bit earlier in the evening about the number of units that would be sort of viable at a Ditto's Lane property, and adding 6 more might be a challenge up there. But that would certainly be something that the council could consider, in not only at Ditto's Lane, but other properties within the town, and what would be a swap that would take that BMP need off of this Main Street property and potentially move it to another location that the town had that was vacant. In terms of intensity, I think that's one of the big questions that we were looking for in terms of feedback from the council. Ultimately, what we were looking for is some input on the list of items that we had here, and the decision point for the council: is it worth going forward at this point to further explore this, or is the density and the intensity that you're seeing tonight just put this out of the realm of consideration? Is there a potential project here somewhere with the acknowledgement that what you saw was very preliminary, and there is a potential for, through negotiations, adjusting this? I would caution you that as a developer starts to see some of the requirements and that we would need in order to make a development here palatable to the community, it might alter the numbers in the other direction as well. So these might be good numbers from a sort of a gut check, reality check, to be comfortable with going forward with. As you know, can you get comfortable with 34-ish units there, and with a net increase of 75 parking spaces, potentially some additional revenue to the town? That revenue could be something that you could buy down the residential units, so you could use the $2 million, if that indeed materializes, to buy down some of the additional residential units, so decrease those units by subsidizing the construction a little bit. Those are all elements that would need to be worked out, and that's why we're at a very preliminary stage. We'd be again looking for the feedback tonight on whether this is something that seems like it's going to work for the town, or if it's out of the realm of possibility, at which point we would I think take a step back and look at alternate solutions. I think I've addressed most of what was heard tonight, and of course here for follow-up.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Earlier this evening we talked about Ditto's Lane, and we essentially are exploring the possibility of selling that. and we're into it for, I think, $3.8 million or something. If we were fortunate enough to find a suitor for that property for $3.8 million, could we take that money, which would then be affordable housing money, and pour it into this project to help subsidize the cost of this project to bring down the number of units or whatever kind of deal we work?
Yes, those dollars would be available in that situation.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Thank you. Well, I'm now going to look to the council for a motion, discussion, comments. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Taking into consideration what the speakers in the audience have said, I think along the same lines. I think of parking first, and I know the property was purchased for potential low-cost housing, but sometimes you have to look at the opportunity there and say, are we trying to do too much with one property? With that said, I want to keep an open mind about it because I would like to see the thing get built quicker rather than waiting another 30 years for 300 parking places. The reason why the number 300 pops up in my head is because that's how big the garage is in Campbell, and it seems like it's a pretty good size. And I don't know how big the garage is in Morgan Hill. $15 million seems a little high, but I think that there's probably a way to get this thing done where there's a satisfactory result for the community, something that the community can accept. We had one speaker mention putting retail along the front. Obviously, we have the below market housing. We have potential to invest some of our own money from Ditto's Lane to perhaps bring down the overall cost of the project if we were to finance it ourselves. I was encouraged by the comments from the representative from Swenson Builders that it doesn't have to be, there could still be 300 units and 300 parking places and less units and still incorporate the BMPs. So there's a lot of different options out there, but I think we need to move forward with parking as soon as possible, so I'll just let others go from here.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I think this is maybe another question probably for Mrs. Callaway. We have money in our BMP fund now. We wouldn't have to sell Ditto's Lane. I think it's $2.5 million. So couldn't we take some of that to finance the 6 units, and then the developer wouldn't need to build that many more units financing those 6?
So just to clarify, there's 2 pots of money. The BMP pot of money is, I think it is $2.5 million, and that would be available. The Ditto's money is RDA, Housing Successor Agency money. So that's a different pot of money. Again, you could sell that to whomever and use that to offset some of the costs, but there are 2 different pots of money. Does that answer?
Yeah, so I think that Ditto's is a much harder to sell and come up with money more quickly. We have $2.5 million, and I don't know how much of that could apply towards the 6 units, but we could apply some of that. Somebody'd have to calculate and say, well, 6 units are worth this much, so we can put that much into it, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So we sent out this request for information, and we got information back from 2 different parties, and we have something to start with that we didn't have before. But I guess, would it make sense to go, should this council deliberate tonight, go forward with a formal RFP process, come up with requirements, say, hey, we want 300 spots, we want 6 BMP units, show us just different variations and send it out for proposals and see what comes back from the larger, business community. What would be the steps involved in doing something like that?
We could certainly do that, and that was one of the options that we have in the staff report. Is that is a direction we could take. We did not recommend it because of the amount of investment that's been made by the 2 participants to date. in terms of time and resources, and we felt that that was justified moving forward towards negotiations. And by having a third-party review, we'd be able to keep the controls in tight. To specifically answer your questions in identifying what would be the steps for an RFP, we'd need to identify the components of the RFP, what we were looking for specifically, and recast it. And it would be much a similar process to what we did for the RFI, perhaps with a little additional definition, if we were able to come up with some additional definition.
Mr. Leonardis?
One more. There were some comments from the public, and I totally appreciate these comments because I feel the same way about the density and the intensity. Obviously, we don't want a big block thrown down there in the heart of our downtown. We want it to look nice, we want it to be properly scaled, et cetera, et cetera. So could we, I mean, looking at the proposal, it was like one below ground, one at ground level, and 2 levels above ground. Would it be possible to go below ground 2 and maybe 2 above, and then set the top layer back, something like that in the design?
Certainly the design is something that we could work with throughout the course of the project. Again, these are all levers that you're adjusting. I think both developers understood the need to set the project back at the upper level so that it's set back a little bit from the street view, so a little bit accommodating. There is a package of the proposals with some basic illustrations of what that might look like. Again, I think those are details that we'll need to work on quite a bit if this were to go forward. In terms of going underground further and parking, it's expensive to go below a level underground. So again, another lever, unfortunately that one, by increasing the cost of the project, would also require, I would expect, increasing the number of units. So it's a little bit counterproductive in that term.
Yes.
Just one more. So some discussion about issuing bonds and issuing certificates of participation. What are the steps required in order to do those things? Is that something that has to go out to voters? Is that something that we can just issue debt against, borrow from a bank, or how does that work?
GO bonds definitely have to go out for vote. The COPs do not, Rob? Right, so just the GO bonds, and that's the one that requires the dedicated funding source.
Thank you.
Let me follow up on that. If we do the COP, I mean, we've done that with other, with RDA funding in the past, because we had a source of funds to pay the debt every year.
Right.
So, I mean, why don't you make it real for us? We need $20 million, and how are we going to issue this debt, and more importantly, how are we going to pay for it?
Well, that's the challenge, right? Is we don't have, so we have 2 outstanding COPs with the successor agency, one for the police ops building and the other for the library. We pay approximately $1.5 to $2 million annually, and you see that in our general fund, even though it's reimbursed through housing or through the RDA money, you know, it's a line item in our general fund. How we would pay potentially, you know, it's going to be a little less than that because I think those were more than 15 million. But, you know, you're still looking at $1 million-ish probably. And how you absorb that in the general fund, that's the question.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I'd like to maybe, I'm not going to make a motion, I'm going to make a proposal for us to think about. You know, when this first came back and they had 68 units and 59 units, I was like, Mr. Foley, like, there's no way in heck. And then they came back and they managed to cut it down to 34 units, and I was still concerned about the number of units, and I'm thinking, well, we're getting closer. But we didn't think about pulling the levers of putting in more cash from different sources. You know, so it seems to me it's going to be really tough to build. First of all, we got to build the 6 BMP units. Moving them somewhere else is probably not going to work. We've got the requirement to build those by, I think, or have a plan for building those. So we kind of almost need 6 units there anyway. Then the question really becomes, you know, let's build a few more units to help us with the financing, because it doesn't seem like we can get a garage built with the financing we can come up with, or it's really going to be weighty. If we can use BMP funds to offset the cost of those 6, if we then, you know, talk about adding charge for parking to get some more funds that help us take a bond or something, and then look and see how many units extra we now need to complete the whole package. Maybe, so we got to build 6 BMP. Maybe we only need to build 6 more. Or maybe we only need to build 10 more. So now, instead of what was started at 68, maybe we really only need 16 units there. Is that an acceptable number? And the ad hoc committee could go back and work on this and work with the developer. If that's the direction from council, find other sources to add to this, because where we started was, what can we do without pulling money from other places? But with direction from council, we can maybe pull some more levers, and I think Mr. Morley wants to respond to me.
I think there's options. That's exactly the kind of discussion we were hoping to hear, and if we can get to some consensus or some idea of what that number might be, that provides definitely some guidance. I worry a little bit about the ability of the developers to contribute too much more of their pro bono time towards getting us to a solution without some sort of a commitment, which is sort of why we're at the point today. I was hoping that some discussion around the number of units, if 34 or 25 is too many, what is the right number? And we can start down that discussion a little bit more and tighten up a little bit more on the future of what this project might look like if it were to develop.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Before I go on to other folks here, just to back up, the infrastructure subcommittee set out at the beginning with an objective. It was a very clean objective. We want as many parking spaces as possible, and we want the 6 BMR units. And so with that those two objectives, and just those two objectives, it went out for a request RFI. And even though that RFI was spread around, only 2 developers came forward. And it was from those 2 developers that we got the proposals that you see now. As Mr. Rennie said, we had a lot more housing and a lot less parking the first time through. The second time through, or maybe we're third at this point, the parking is increasing, the housing is decreasing, but it's still where you are now. So I just, and retail, somebody mentioned that retail should be considered. Retail has been considered. And it's what does the RFI encompass, but retail is definitely at issue. Charging for parking is definitely at issue. Even though those were all parameters of what could be done, the 2 that you see are what came back so far. Ms. Sayak.
Thank you. Just all the agenda items that we've discussed today, there's a lot of synergy between them. When we talk about Ditto's Lane and the opportunities, if we decide to sell that land, the revenues that the ad hoc citizen committee was looking at, there was a question on certificates of participation. And one of the benefits, if we were to pass a UUT or a sales tax, is that my understanding is now you have a direct revenue that you could then issue a CUP against. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to step back now, given all the different groups that are working, to see if there's an opportunity to pair some of the revenue issues that the ad hoc citizens committee is pursuing, if there's any way to perhaps tie it in with this parking garage that we're talking about. If we've just agreed to pull and hire someone to pull, there might be some benefit in having something that they're pulling towards. And one of the things that we've discussed is, okay, we can ask for general capital improvements, but what is the idea? What would the appetite be for some residents to pay for their own parking downtown? What would the appetite be to pay for a sales tax that would go for direct parking? These are types of things I think we are all pondering, but we don't really have data to support it. And I'd like to be able to see if there's opportunity to pair both of these 2 committee work together. And I don't know if others would be supportive of that idea or want to continue keeping separate work.
Ms. Jensen.
Thank you. I just wanted to indicate that I did not support a specific polling item just directed towards tax increases. And I think I didn't add at the time that I thought it was a little disingenuous to have talk about taxes that were going to be directed towards capital improvement, but that were going to be somehow described as general in order to get a 50% pass requirement. However, I do think that the vice mayor's suggestion makes a lot of sense, because in just actually learning about parking in general and paid parking, oftentimes paid parking will work if people get signs, as they do at, I forget which community it was in Southern California, which had a sign next to the meter or whatever it was that said, your dollars are going toward blah, and it was going to be like beautification of the downtown parks, this and that, and people were very amenable to it. So if we were to find out that, people are willing to pay for a particular item, and then we could explore different funding options, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think to vote to explore contracting or negotiating with two entities that have come forward, just because they've invested the time and the council is not comfortable with those, I don't think that's a good idea. So, for example, I agree with Mr. Foley. When I saw these proposals, I thought, I had imagined that we were going to have a downtown garage, and that it's interesting that the slide says downtown garage, but we're really talking about downtown residential. So by the time you get done with the parking requirements for the residential and the retail, you've got like 2 parking spaces left over, and I think it's a little bit of a bait and switch. So as a resident or as a business owner, we had always conceived of this as downtown parking, but we're not going to get that. We're going to get like 10 spaces that people are going to fight over for all the residences that are there. So I don't think it makes sense to go forward with negotiations when, at least I think they're a non-starter, because we're not getting anything. I think it makes a lot more sense to actually see if people are willing to put their money where their mouth is and pull for those kinds of things. So I agree with the vice mayor.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. If I can kind of rewind the meeting a little bit into what we talked about earlier, the Citizens Ad Hoc Committee didn't specifically say we're going to propose raising these taxes to pay specifically for a parking garage, because that would require a 2/3 vote. But a simple majority can be achieved, which would be more likely to pass if you say this is for parking downtown, street improvements, public safety, et cetera, and that was kind of the logic behind it. But to make a long story short, I'm glad we have all these things coming in one night tonight, because it was never realistic that we had a potential funding mechanism other than a potential partnership where we're kind of giving away the farm in this particular example. And if we go and we do that polling and the public accepts what we're polling for, then we have a way to issue debt or whatnot and potentially pay for this parking garage. I don't know what the final configuration will be or how many units will be there or what the design will look like. All those things could come later. But I do agree with Ms. Jensen's comments that it is kind of premature to enter into negotiations at this point. Of course, we recognize the work that was done by these two entities, and hopefully we can come back to some of that work and potentially work with them. But for the most part, I think at this point, we should probably consider the information we get back in terms of a funding source for this thing, and then proceed. Other than that, random thoughts. If this council decided, they want to proceed with going forward with the garage and one of these options, I would say we would want to get a minimum of 300 spots. We want to make this worthwhile. We don't want it to be a housing project with a few parking places. The main objective is parking. If we have to incorporate the BMP units, then we find a way to make it more affordable to us, partnering with some of our funds perhaps, which was a point stated earlier or whatnot, but that's my thoughts on that.
Discussion, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So again, I heard one council member say they didn't like the original recommendation, but what we're really trying to get to is some parameters for the ad hoc committee to go back and work with. So, I don't want us to just have a rejection here. I think, again, maybe I'm repeating myself, but if we could get some direction from council on, Mr. Leonardis said 300 spots, so, we want at least 300 spots, that's helpful. And is the council willing to build more than 6 units? Can we build 16 units to help pay for it? Is the council willing to put BMP money into it? Is the council willing to pull money from other places? None of these things, we don't know what levers we can work with on the ad hoc committee. So again, encouraging to get some more input in those ways, unless you want to just kill the project, and which I don't want to do. I want to keep trying to move towards a solution for it.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I would be so bold as to provide that direction and incorporate it into a motion that we consider it be no less than 300 parking places, that we consider the density of the project and what it's going to look like to the community and minimize the impact, the visual impact, that we consider incorporating the 6 BMP units and as few as units as possible in addition to those 6 in order to provide more parking. And we would consider whatever funds that we can use to bring down the payments or contribute towards the BMP units and other financing mechanisms. And all that information could be provided to the ad hoc committee moving forward, and I would make that a motion.
All right, we have a motion. I have a question. We have a goal of at least 300 parking spaces, the 6 BMP, plus as few as possible additional. Examine all the sources of funds that can be contributed by us and others, the town and others. But then you just said the word density, and what did you mean by that?
Consider aspects of the visual impact. Setback on the second level. Okay. How many levels go below ground? How many levels above ground?
I got it.
We want it to fit the look of our town.
And then when you talk about funds, we contribute and others contribute, I am assuming you are considering whatever will happen in the November election and whatever happens in the polling that's going forward?
That is correct. Also, we own the land, so we can potentially contribute the land or we can own the land. I would like to know if the town, if it's more economical for us to own this project outright and just pay for it ourselves, or just partner and in that case partner with a builder and hire the builder just to build it, or if we should be just leasing the land and whatever that other option was earlier. It's getting late.
Okay, it's either I understand that we will either own the land or that we will sell the land, basically.
We would own the whole project and potentially, charge for parking and collect that money and pay for it, or we would outsource that function.
So first of all, question of staff, do we have the motion before I see if there's a second?
We have it. Would you like us to restate it?
Well, let's see if we have a second. Is there a second to this motion? All right, we have a second. If you would please restate it.
Okay. The motion is to continue to explore the possibility for a parking garage with no less than 300 parking spaces, minimize the visual impact by looking at density as well as setbacks and other parameters, create 6 below market price units and as few as possible additional units to make the project financially feasible, consider funds such as BMP or other revenue sources to contribute to the funding of the project, and analyze whether a rental or ownership agreement makes the most sense for the garage.
Thank you. Discussion. Ms. Sayak.
I'll support the motion, but I'd really like the committee to look into paid parking. I think that's one of those things that we think most people would not want, but again, we don't know, and so I'd like that to be a consideration, and also see if there's opportunities to tie in with what the Ad Hoc Citizens Committee is doing, because I do think that if there's a direct correlation between what people are being asked to pay for and what the benefit is to them, I think that would be a much more transparent ask for resources.
All right, and with regard to paid parking, I just wanted to clarify for the council as a whole, paid parking was always an option for the ad hoc committee, and it's never been off the table. It may not be their nirvana. A lot of people think that it could be, but it has always been an option. And as far as the Ad Hoc Citizens Committee, as I understood the motion, it encompassed consideration of that, yes. And Ms. Pravetti is nodding yes. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I guess a question for Mrs. Sayak. So on the paid parking, are you thinking just of what we're going to build, or what if it made sense to add paid parking up and down Santa Cruz in order to support the paid parking in this lot?
Okay, rather than go back and forth, there's an issue with regard to paid parking. Discussion? Mr. Leonardis.
I was under the impression that we would only explore pay for use of the garage for longer-term parking or employee parking permits as a potential revenue source. I think of the folks that go out and they want to park for 5 hours. Well, in Los Gatos, you can't really park for 5 hours anywhere unless you go down to the further away lots. So some people might be willing to pay $1 an hour, $5, to avoid getting that ticket rather than to move their car from the 2-hour spot to another 2-hour spot. So I think we should leave all the other parking the way it is for now and just look at this garage in particular as an opportunity to explore paid use.
Thank you, and I understood the motion to only be looking at this site also. Further discussion? Ms. Jensen.
I had my hand up to ask a question earlier, and it was to include a discussion about paid parking. I don't want to vote against the motion because I generally support it, but I think that we ought to be looking at paid parking throughout the town.
All right, the motion right now does not include paid parking throughout the town. It's looking at paid parking within this structure. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. There was a comment raised by Mr. Arzi about paid parking throughout the town, and it's an idea whose time has come, as well as some less imposing metering systems, as opposed to what do they used to call them, the one-armed bandits or something. Tear them all out. With that said, I would not want to complicate this issue, which I see as its own entity, any further, because it's already complicated in and of itself, and I wouldn't want the community to revolt against the parking garage because they think that there's going to be paid parking up and down North Santa Cruz Avenue. That might be something that would be good to look at later or during a different council meeting or sent to the Transportation and Parking Commission or something. I don't entirely oppose that concept, but I wouldn't want to couple it with this because I feel like there could be some risk that it would drag this project down.
All right, I am supporting the motion, and with regard to paid parking, I actually totally agree with Mr. Leonardis. I do believe that it may be time to reconsider it for the town, but this project is has so many levers that I wouldn't want to add another one. Further discussion. Mr. Rennie.
I'll just add for the record that I'm willing to consider paid parking throughout the town also, and agree, let's not tie it to this project. Let's bring it back or have the ad hoc committee talk about it or the Parking and Transportation Commission.
Further discussion. All right, see none. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, agenda item 8, discuss and consider the policy committee's recommendation to adopt 2 resolutions suspending the requirement for formula retailers to obtain a conditional use permit, and Section 1 of the Ordinance 2021 discouraging the replacement of retail uses with restaurant uses for an 18-month trial period. Yes, Ms. Wren.
Good evening, Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. Before you this evening is a recommendation from the Policy Committee that includes 2 resolutions, which are a pilot program to increase the opportunity for businesses in Los Gatos. The first is a resolution to suspend the need for a formula retailer to obtain a CUP anywhere in town. The second is for a resolution to suspend Section 1 of Ordinance 2021, and this is the language that strongly discourages a retail space from becoming a restaurant in the downtown area. The council began discussing a variety of commercial retail and related issues back in September. The issue of formula retail came to the council. It went to the Planning Commission and came back to the council in February, where the council then asked the Policy Committee to review the issue, consider it, and bring a recommendation back to them, which is what we've done tonight. The recommendation from the Policy Committee for both of these resolutions is for an 18-month period in which staff can monitor the change in the tenant mix for that entire 18 months and report back to council at any point in time. And I would like to mention, based on questions that were received today, that suspending the language in Ordinance 2021 does not at all change the need for a restaurant to obtain a CUP. It simply takes that language of the strongly discouraging out. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are all here for your questions this evening.
Questions of staff? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, and since you're our economic development director, please excuse me mincing words at this late hour, making up my own titles. Can you provide some kind of real-world examples of potential businesses that have come along and said, I want to, move to downtown Los Gatos, but we're a formula retailer and they had to go away, or somebody who was dissuaded by Ordinance 2021? Provide some real-world examples. You don't have to give names, but...
Okay. I'll start with the Ordinance 2021. It's hard to give real-life examples of who doesn't apply based on us giving them that feedback that it's strongly discouraged. I will give you an example of a recent application where this really came into play and created a situation for the business that was less than friendly and less than customer service driven. And it's a local yogurt shop who came in and they had to be a restaurant because they wanted seats, and ice cream is specifically called out in our specialty retail policy. So staff had to recommend denial of this application based on this language. At the Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commissioners did publicly say, hey, we think this is a great business. We'd love to support you, but we have to deny you based on this language. So it caused this business extra time. It cost them extra money. They had to appeal to the council with this whole auspice of, hey, everyone thinks this is a great idea, but we have to tell you no until it gets to the council because they're the only ones who have the ability to make a decision against this language. So that's one kind of real life, recent example. And I think it shows what we're seeing over and over is that a lot of our language is so it's so confined and so strict that it puts different applicants into certain positions where they are then forced to take a route that looks like we're being unfriendly. We have a lot of red tape. And so that's just been my experience with that one. As far as the formula goes, since I've been here, there's been a couple formula retailers who have come in. One was a national tea chain, and they weren't actually national at the time. They came out of, I believe, Berkeley. They had about 7 or 8 locations when they were looking here. and they sell bulk loose leaf tea, and they do tea samplings, which we could put in that specialty retail kind of box without the seats and without the per cup, but they just didn't have the capital and enough of a feeling that they could get through to even apply. So we do have other examples that are very similar to that, where it may be someone who has 10 or 11 businesses, but they're franchised, and to somebody who you have to allow enough money to do the appeal and to get all the way through that process. You're looking at, possibly $10,000 and the time frame without the certainty of knowing that you're going to be approved. And so I think that's just a deterrent for a lot of people.
Mr. Leonardis?
One more. So suppose the council found merit in these recommendations this evening. How do we prevent, and I don't want to name any specific names, but somebody like a sandwich shop with 30,000 worldwide locations, or a coffee chain that has 100,000 worldwide locations from coming in and then putting the squeeze on established businesses that have been in town for a very long time that are more the mom and pop types?
Well, in those specific examples, both of those would be restaurants, so they would require a CUP anyways. And currently, our formula retail definition does not include restaurants, so those national chains could come through for just a restaurant CUP at this point, and we don't even take into consideration that they're a formula.
All right, so they already have the opportunity to apply now as it is written. Thank you for the clarification on that.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So mine's sort of a follow-on to Mr. Leonardo's question. I've asked maybe in a little different way. So if I look at it from the other, flip it the other way. So right now we have 2021 that strongly discourages. So that tells the Planning Commission, I got to reject it almost all the time. Staff's got to recommend rejection all the time. So what if we flop it the other way and say, okay, we got rid of the 2021. Now, what keeps Planning Commission from saying, I've got to say yes all the time, and staff from saying, I got to say yes all the time? When do they actually say no now? Where's the criteria to say no?
So the criteria would be the findings that are in our code, depending on the business type. And each business type would be evaluated just as it is anywhere else in town. So for example, if a new restaurant wanted to go somewhere on the boulevard and replace retail, they still go through the conditional use permit process, and they're still vetted for their hours of operation. Maybe they have alcohol and they're going to be open till 10 or 11 or 12. All those things are still taken into consideration as with the findings. There's just that last layer is not there.
Let me
Mr. Rennie?
follow on. Let me be more specific and use a specific name. What if Starbucks wanted to move in next to Great Bear? Would there be any reason for Planning Commission to deny it?
So I don't know the findings off of the top of my head, but right now it would be that the formula policy or the formula provisions have no bearing on that at all, because Starbucks is a restaurant for us. So regardless of these formula retail provisions, whether they're in place or not in place, Starbucks would still be evaluated under the same merit, because restaurants are not included in the formula retail policy, or definition rather.
Further questions? Mr. Leonardis?
Back on the same subject, so suppose that ordinance 2021 was eliminated, and now it kind of opens the door for more restaurant locations to move in. Does that not open the door for potentially Starbucks to move in?
The door for them is not necessarily closed right now, because Starbucks would not be affected by the formula retail. Ordinance 2021. It would be, they would still need a CUP. You'd still be able to evaluate them based on whatever the findings are that I don't know off the top of my head. I apologize for that.
Well, I guess what concerns me about it is, obviously, if there was a restaurant location and that restaurant went away, and then since, I hate to keep using the word Starbucks, but Starbucks decided, hey, we're going to go in that restaurant location, they can do that now. But if a retail location were to go away and because we were thinking of suspending 2021, then Starbucks could technically apply for a CUP and go in that location. It would be difficult to deny the CUP in that instance because they're another restaurant, so you'd find the council would find itself in a tough place, I think, to justify denying a CUP to an entity like that in that situation.
And I'll just offer one piece, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director, is that if a Starbucks wants to use your example, go next to Great Bear, would that be impairing the integrity of the zone? If you end up with a line of coffee shops, at some point, that can be part of the evaluation, whether that's the Planning Commission or the council. So with those findings, I think there are opportunities to control that. But the CUP isn't meant to discourage any business. Starbucks can come in today with Ordinance 2021 and have the same conversation if they're replacing a restaurant, which was another example you used. So they wouldn't even be dealing with Ordinance 2021. They would just be going through a typical CUP. So that still could be considered, and it would be part of the considerations, whether that's a Planning Commission or council for a CUP for that type of business with your example.
Mr. Leonardis?
Just one more follow-up, though. So with 2021 being in place, it discourages the replacement of a retail use with a restaurant use. So it could open up all these restaurant opportunities, and then there might be many applicants who would like to, assuming that the retail vacancies were available, come in and do that. Whereas otherwise, they would have to wait for the restaurant to become available. And I'm not making a judgment saying that's good or bad. I'm just getting information on that.
That is possible. I think Monica had mentioned before that we will be actively monitoring whether it's the conditional use permits, because they're going to have to go through the normal town process, the 3 to 6 months to get to the Planning Commission and pay the fees. And so we can keep the council apprised of that instance, as well as every business license for a formula retail, should the council decide to suspend the formula retail as well, will come through. So those are things that we would keep track of. And if obviously staff would provide that information to the council, and if it got to the point where either staff had a concern, we may bring it forward to the council, and you could consider rescinding the resolution for the trial. Or you may say, no, we think that actually this is okay, or a council member could bring that to our attention, and through the mayor, I believe it's 2 or more, then they can ask that be agendized. So we're confident. We don't know what the suspension of both of these really is going to bring, and we won't know unless that happens. But we want to make sure that folks understand that we will be keeping an eye on it. Council members will be keeping an eye on it. Obviously, there's a lot of downtown business owners who will keep track of that as well. But ultimately, it's going to be up to the council as to whether or not they want to go through this trial period.
Thank you.
Let me follow up on what Mr. Leonardis was saying. With regard to retail, the requirement for restaurant, the requirement for a CUP would exist and will continue to exist. The opportunity for spaces into which the retail restaurant would go would increase.
It wouldn't increase, but you just no longer have the discouragement. Anyone can apply for a restaurant CUP to go into a retail space today. It's just that additional challenge that they have with the language in Ordinance 2021 where it's discouraged. And so that's something that would be considered. That doesn't prohibit the Planning Commission or the council from approving one. And so you may have a restaurant that wants to replace a retail use that, everyone thinks is a great idea. And I think Monica's used that example before. And so you may find in that instance that it's appropriate. It's not a prohibition.
And also something else you were saying, that if the council, if these motions pass and the council or the staff doesn't like its impact, it can be brought back and re-examined. That's what you were saying, right?
Yes.
But all of the decisions that have been made up to that time, those couldn't be changed.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So I want to understand where the decisions are made. I'm guessing, probably don't know, that it's decision is final with the Planning Commission. So I'll describe what I think happens now. So it's final with the Planning Commission, but they're forced to deny it because of this language. So then the appeal then comes to the council. So effectively, the decision is with the council on, whether to allow a restaurant into a new retail location. So if we remove that, this may never come to the council anymore for decision, right? It'll always be done at Planning Commission because they're the final decision?
That is correct, with the exception of any restaurant that would have alcohol service. Those are required to come to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
I'll wait.
Ms. Sayak?
I just wanted to address one of the issues that was brought up with the CUP. What we were trying to do is look at the findings that you have to make when awarding a CUP. You have to affirmatively say that it's essential and it's desirable to the town and it's applicable to the general plan and all applicable policies. And so regardless of whether you have 2021 there, is you have a deciding body that is still looking at the specific application and looking at its mix in combination with the existing downtown uses. And the policy committee felt that that CUP mechanism was strong enough to ascertain whether or not it would be a positive or a negative impact to the downtown mix without adding the complications of this bureaucratic 2021 that we have heard from not only other business owners but our own economic director that is just complicating things to a large degree.
Ms. Jensen?
I agree with Vice Mayor from the Policy Committee. The other thing that we discussed and was our intent and wanted to point out to the council is that we considered this specifically to be a pilot and trial period so that we could be continuing to evaluate throughout the period its success or failure, however one might define that, and that we contemplated that if the council determined at any time during the 18 months that it was not working out, the resolutions merely suspend the statutory language. They do not eliminate the statute. So the statute remains on the books and could be put back into effect at any time. The other thing that I want to mention is Mr. Leonardis was asking for real-life examples. Back in the day, probably 1990, I forget when it was, but when I was first on the Planning Commission, there was no formula retail ordinance and there was no 2021. And Starbucks wanted to go in at the corner of North Santa Cruz and Main Street, where the gift shop is, across from the drugstore. And the Planning Commission had many, many, many hearings on that, using our CUP findings as a basis to determine whether Starbucks could go into that location. Obviously, there were local businesses who had an interest in whether Starbucks went in there. Ultimately, the Planning Commission, who was the final deciding body, determined that that was an inappropriate use for that area based upon the traffic that would be generated, the lack of available parking, the fact that it did not fit in with that particular area. And so it's not difficult if the staff and the deciding body take the time to do the research and figure out what the findings mean to make the kinds of decisions that they can without a tool that 2021, after all, is a guideline. It's an ordinance, but it basically says strongly discourage. It doesn't say no. So what happens is people get guidelines and they say it means X, when actually it's a guideline that's actually wanting people to make an evaluation. So I think the policy committee was counting on the fact that there was still going to be a review process, certainly for restaurants, certainly for any conversion, not necessarily for formula retail, but the policy committee thought that there was enough in place for deciding bodies to make those necessary discretionary calls and for the public to have input. And it has worked in the past because Starbucks didn't go in. There is no Starbucks at the corner of North Santa Cruz and Main. So that's my input.
Mr. Rennie.
Thank you. Just one more question. Ms. Jensen made me think of this question, and I'll ask staff since I shouldn't be asking Ms. Jensen. My recollection is the staff recommendation is to suspend the formula, the CUP need from the formula retail for 18 months. But I didn't think there was a time limit for suspending 2021, that it was just suspended. But what I just heard was a trial period for both. Could you elaborate on that?
That's correct. The policy committee's recommendation was a trial period for both.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, I only have one card, so if anybody is intending to speak to us on this, please submit a card. Mr. Arzi.
Resolution to suspend CUP requirements. I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry. Is staff really serious? Is the sky falling again? The last time staff cried wolf was after the '89 earthquake and hired a consultant from Sacramento to tell us to build more restaurants. There's little difficulty. These are just responses that I'm going to give you from my thinking from reading the staff's report, the written report. There is little difficulty in leasing space in Los Gatos. I can think of only one property in the CBD still empty, and that's because the owner does not want to rent to a small business. The marketplace sets the rent prices in the central business district. National chain stores and restaurants increase in value the properties that they're on. So who wants a mom and pop store when you can have a CUP? That's the prevailing attitude of property owners in Los Gatos and has been for 30 years. Allow more CUPs in the CBD and the rents will continue to climb. The problem lies, I've used this line tonight already, the problem lies within these walls. The best economic strategy is to keep the course. It works. It allows us to vet the applicant to protect the CBD. Really? 3 years to get a CUP? It does not take 6 months, thousands of dollars, and attorneys to get a CUP. I've applied for 2 of them and got them in 45 days. The best, in less than 45 days actually, with one of the best financial values property owners can make is a CUP. Regarding creating a level playing field cannot be done without the CUP process. Allowing the North 40 to lease without CUPs, that's what's meant by a level playing field. Don't let us do it, but let them do it. That reverses the course and protects us. If you want to protect us, then keep the CUPs for the CBD only. We still, let's move on to 2021. We still replace retail with restaurant use. It's done a couple times a year. It's not something that we can't do. Profits have leveled off, and we make it harder to return to the good old days because you continue to add more CUP operations without adding parking spaces. Small shops can't come in due to high rents, and we still lack basic retail services such as paint and wallpaper stores, window covering shops, but it is still the same short-sighted town thinking decision based solely on how much tax benefits we can get. You would think we've learned our lesson from NextFlex, burning us on retail sales taxes.
Thank you. Questions? I have no questions for you, Mr. Arzi, and I have no other cards. So I am, come on, if you're going to talk, give me your cards. Mr. Foley.
Jim Foley, 217 North Santa Cruz Rootstock Wine Bar. Just wanted to speak in support of the work that staff and the ad hoc committee has done. Just generally as a business owner downtown, engaging what's going on, we're a little scared for the future. We think that Los Gatos has an opportunity to compete better with a lot of these new communities and developments that are popping up all around the valley. We feel that taking these actions isn't going to be a doomsday scenario, but could allow the opportunity for some more businesses to create some more synergy in town that up until this time either haven't had the opportunity or have been under the impression that it's very difficult for them to move into town. I've written some letters in that are in some staff reports somewhere you may or may not have read, so I'll keep it brief, but we think it's a good idea and would like to see, some more things tend to occur downtown.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Rennie?
If I could add another whole new idea into this. So if we do replace retail with a restaurant, it's going to be an intensification of use, almost guaranteed, which is going to have a traffic impact fee. Is that going to stop the restaurant from going in, or in your opinion, you can still get past that additional cost?
I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's a conversation that I would recommend the council really look into seriously in some kind of upcoming meeting, but there are real live examples of that having occurred in the last 6 to 8 months where it's prohibitively expensive for a change of use because of the traffic impact fee. So it's something that heavily needs to be considered. And yeah, a particular restaurant could decide to eat that fee and they could underwrite it into their opening. But there's a lot of them that can't. And I think that with that regard, I wouldn't want to exclude somebody with a great idea who may not have the funding in the background to come in and do something unique. And, restaurateur is kind of the epitome of a small business owner. So
If I could just sort of follow on and maybe lead you a little. So is that saying if we allow restaurants to replace retail, we're more likely to get a big chain restaurant because they can afford the fee versus some innovative new guy who doesn't have, like you said, the financing?
I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that question. I mean, that sounds like a valid argument. I know over time there have been larger chain restaurants interested in town for one reason or another since the earthquake. A couple of them I know haven't chosen to locate here. But I know that there's a lot of, quality, maybe smaller, more regional restaurants that are interested in coming in here that would probably create a good vibrancy and add, a good mix of restaurants to the town that have up until now not been able to do that, and for one reason or another, but the newer reason would be that traffic impact fee.
If I could ask one more?
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you. So one of the things prohibiting, say, formula retail coming in, maybe the size of the spaces might prohibit the larger formula restaurants from coming in. The question for you is, how easy is it for you to reconfigure your buildings to allow that to happen? Or is that really going to be, is that going to limit what we could get also?
I think it very much limits it. I think that there's leases in place downtown. I think there's building sizes, there's exposure, there's ability to have patios, there's convenient parking. There's a whole host of things. If you're worried about restaurants, there's probably a limited amount of places where they could go in the first place. And I think that what was discussed earlier with the findings that are needed and the approvals that you guys have via the CUP process, I think there's a lot of controls in place where I don't think that overnight there's going to be a drastic and massive change, but there's the opportunity to actually start encouraging some vibrancy downtown. And I worry about the mom and pops and the retail mom and pops too, because that landscape is changing dramatically. So they may on one hand say, we can't have other formula style retail coming in and competing against us, but without some sort of change here, whether it's including more restaurants or having some other kind of dynamic retailers come in, the internet and everything else that they're competing with is going to end up wiping them out. So we'll end up with a whole bunch of mom and pops that go out of business because there were no restaurants or anything else that were brought into town to bring more people into town. And that's, it's kind of it's a double-edged sword for them. So I just think the balance in the mix is off a little bit, and there's got to be a way to sort of correct it a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So, Mr. Foley, your last comment there, it sounds like you believe that right now we have too much retail in town and too few restaurants. There's, for the current economic environment, or how did you phrase it, consumer habits moving online, or what, people are moving away from
I wouldn't say there's
brick and mortar shopping,
I don't know
guess.
if there's too few of any category, and there's a lot of other categories too, like there's salons and personal service businesses and other things too downtown. I just think the process and the opportunity to see, I guess, what the balance could be is convoluted, so we're not really getting a good feel of who can come in and maybe it is more retail, maybe it's more restaurants. I don't really know what it is. One stat that I read recently is that by 2017, Amazon is going to be the largest retail clother above Macy's, which is staggering. So, how's that impacting all these boutiques and things that are in our town? So, maybe they need a few more restaurants or new interesting kinds of uses down there. And I know staff's working on placemaking and some other good things to kind of create this vibrancy to bring people in there to allow them to compete at a higher level. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you. Jason Farwell, and again, this is my last card.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Jason Farwell, 18 Park Avenue. I fully support the comments of Mr. Foley. And just add a few more items. I think one of my major concerns about downtown is its ability to compete with not only the surrounding communities, but also what's coming down the pike with the North 40. And I don't think I'm alone in this sentiment, but I'm very, very concerned about what's going to happen to downtown as the North 40 comes online, especially the commercial component to that. It's going to be exceptional. It's going to have lots of parking. It's going to be terribly convenient. And it's going to be the stop before you get to Highway 9 to go to downtown. You're going to get off at Lark to go to this new attraction. And I think we need to get some businesses in place here in town, whether they be formula or something more creative, to again facilitate the vibrancy of downtown, because I think it's waned a lot over the years. If you talk to the broker community out there, which I do from time to time, they actually discourage people from coming to Los Gatos to even go start the application process because of all the hurdles that are in place. And I think we're missing out on a great opportunity for some very unique businesses that would attract more people to our downtown. As far as, suspending the formula, again, I fully support that for a period of time just to see what the result of that would be. Most of our formula is concentrated in Old Town. For better or worse, there's not a whole lot of it on North Santa Cruz. And it would be nice to have some more on North Santa Cruz and maybe Main Street as well. There are lease obligations in place. So again, as Mr. Foley pointed out, I don't think that there's going to be this massive influx of formula retail rushing into Los Gatos, especially based upon the size of most of the spaces downtown are not really configured for formula retail. I do think that there's an opportunity for some good new uses to come into town that are formula. And as far as the loss of retail for restaurants, the question was raised: are there too many restaurants downtown? I don't know. It'd be nice to see some new ones and maybe some of the old ones go. I say that cautiously, but we just need some new vibrancy here. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Mr. Farwell, being that you are a property owner and you lease out many locations, have you personally experienced any difficulty? Have you had to turn down potential tenants because of our rules? And could you give us some examples of who or what those might have been?
Off the top of my head, I don't know if we've necessarily had to turn anybody down. Well, yeah, I can give you an example. And it's a very sensitive example. But we have the building at 40 North Santa Cruz, which housed Domus for many, many years. And we were approached by Urban Outfitters, and they were interested in potentially taking over that entire space. we thought that was probably a reasonably good use for that corner there, especially for the demographic that Urban Outfitters extends to. And, for lack of a better word, the answer was absolutely not. It just was not an option based upon the political climate at that time. It was just an absolute no. There was no other real reason for the denial, but that conversation didn't last long.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So in this example, was it because of the political climate, or was it because of these two rules that we're looking at suspending for 18 months this evening? Was it the formula retail business rule that kind of chased it out?
I think that's kind of what the town hung their hat on, so to speak, was that the town felt that that 20-80 percentage had been reached, and therefore there was no room for Urban Outfitters to come in, just because that space is fairly big. It's about 7,500 square feet. It's pretty unique for downtown. And then we subsequently just divided it up into 4 storefronts, and the rest is history. And now we have all independents in there, including a restaurant.
Thank you.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm going to take us off in a little bit of another direction. But the reason for that is I think what we're trying to do is make downtown competitive, or more competitive, or stay competitive. And I think there's a lot of things that affect the competitiveness. And we're focused on this, and I'm worried that, we're not thinking about the whole package. So I think you probably agree parking is one of the things that makes downtown competitive. Actually, I've talked to you. You're not that worried about parking. Some people think parking is.
Well, I'm worried about parking, sure.
But what about just the look of the downtown itself? Do we need to, redo the sidewalks, or redo the traffic flow, or are there things like that also would affect our competitiveness, or do affect our competitiveness? Because when I look at our downtown and compare to our competitor Campbell, I see different configurations and a more spruced up look.
Mm-hmm. Good question. I mean, when I drove through Campbell the other day, and I'm just kind of mystified as to why Campbell is as popular as it is. I think our downtown's much more charming than Campbell. I just think that Campbell has created I guess a very exciting atmosphere with a lot of restaurants and bars. Let's be honest, right? That's what's attracting a lot of people to Campbell. I don't think that there's a huge retail component that's tied to Campbell, but that's what's working for Campbell right now. I think our downtown can be cleaned up a bit. I think the sidewalks are, not terribly clean. There's a lot of grunge on them. I think we used to power wash them every now and again back in the day, but I just don't think that there are funds available for that. I think we could do a better job. I think at night the lighting downtown is terrible, especially in the crosswalks. It's just, God forbid we have somebody get run over, but that's just I just notice these things, that the lighting downtown is really, really, it's kind of dark. I think it could be lit up a little bit better, and that in and of itself could create a little bit more of an inviting atmosphere.
Thank you.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. So, thank you for standing up here and taking all these questions at this late hour. How much of, you mentioned drive through Campbell and you see more vibrancy, and it seems to, I agree, I see a lot of vibrancy out there. How much of that would you attribute to, the kind of businesses, like a Key Mexican restaurant obviously is kind of the heart and soul right there, and then they have the Campbell Brewing Company across the street, and you got OPA with a lot of outdoor seating. We have OPA too, but not as much outdoor seating. Going back to what Mr. Rennie had mentioned, is it the user friendliness? Is it the structure? Is it the sidewalk furniture? Is it the types of businesses? Or can we solely just blame things like these ordinances? And not to compound this question too much, but going back to the real estate community, how come none of them ever come and talk to us and tell us that our regulations are? I hear this chatter among the real estate community, and it's been mentioned before in the meetings and such, but I've never heard from one of them.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't come to you. As far as the other part of your question, hopefully I answer it. Outdoor seating, I think, can create a really, really tremendous benefit to downtown. It's just how do we do it? Where does it go? Because we're confined by the parameters of property lines and public right-of-ways and the streets. And so how do you work that all in? And I know that here on Main Street, a couple of businesses were talking about some temporary kind of structure out and taking up some parking spaces to accommodate some outside seating, which I thought was a pretty interesting and thoughtful concept. I don't think it's gone anywhere, but it would be interesting to maybe try and accommodate that elsewhere in town. The main thing is that you start taking up parking, and how safe are people going to feel sitting right next to cars that are just kind of zipping right by as well. But I think it's worth investigating, and to the extent that there are some business owners out there that want to give that a try, I think it would be interesting to see what the results were, because it could present an option just to get some more vibrancy downtown. I don't know if that was helpful or not, but
thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Council, we're going to be wrapping up in 1 second, unless I hear something from somebody. Don't we have an 11:30 cutoff time? Oh, midnight. Okay, good. Well, then that's even better. We can go fast. Any other questions for the speaker? Hearing none, I have another speaker card.
All right, thanks for your questions.
Ms. Dorner.
Hello. I thought I would just elaborate a little bit because there's been a lot of discussion about Campbell and what attracts Campbell and how it differentiates to our downtown. Obviously, the parking is critical. The huge parking garage at the corner of Campbell and 2nd Street. They also have the parking at VTA at the light rail, which is basically empty once everyone and all the commuters come in. Their sidewalks are conducive to as much outdoor seating as you could want, and unfortunately our sidewalks aren't. The other thing, though, that Campbell does a huge, fabulous job of is evening events and weekend events. And I mean, it's not just your typical, they still have their music in the park, but they do it on a Thursday evening. And it's in the park, which is in the middle of downtown, the way ours used to be. I don't think Jazz in the Plaza necessarily draws the same kind of influx of people staying in town and doing shopping around town as what Music in the Park used to do in that location. They do all the different events as far as Oktoberfest and a lot of the different things that we've talked about doing, hopefully maybe in the summertime by closing off close to the post office, no more beach traffic coming through, and using that space for using the street, parts of the street in that park for things that'll draw people in. And once people get used to Campbell or familiar with what they have going on, they will go back and repeat. So I just really look forward to whatever you guys can consider as far as summer events, because that will make a huge, huge difference to the vibrancy of downtown and repeat shoppers. Thank you.
Hold on. Mr. Leonardis?
Ms. Dorner, do you have any opinion on the items regarding the formula retail in the ordinance 2021?
I think the discouragement language and that whole aspect, I don't really think that that's necessary. The Planning Commission does a very good job in vetting out these situations. I think, as mentioned by the property owners here, the configurations of some of our spaces really is not offering a lot of opportunity necessarily to branch into larger restaurants or convert some of these as far as their existing uses. So I don't really have any hesitation in following the recommendations that staff has provided, especially for the trial period to see how that flushes. I don't see a huge risk. I could only see benefit, especially since you can reinstate provisions if you need to.
Thank you.
All right, I had no other questions for her, and I have no other cards. So I'm closing the public testimony of this hearing. Question of staff, do you want us, are you looking for us to address these issues in a certain way from your staff report?
It's up to you how you do it. The policy committee wanted to give the opportunity to have these separate so that if there was a differ of opinion on one or the other, it would be easier for the council to vote on. But you're welcome to organize it or make a motion in any form that works for you.
Well, I'm looking at your staff report and you don't have it in an order, so let me see what you have in your agenda here. On your agenda, you have suspending the requirement for formula retailers to obtain a conditional use permit, CUP. So we'll start with that one. And that one is as far as your attachments. That is your attachment, your resolution on which one?
Number 1 is the draft resolution, attachment 1. And that's for formula.
Okay. So we'll start with the formula retail. We're looking at the resolution, which is attachment 1. So do we have further questions of staff? Do we have discussions, motions? Mr. Leonardis.
Just one question. What was the reasoning behind the 18-month as opposed to 12 months or?
Given the public comment at the policy committee, we found that actually most buildings have longer term leases. The thought was that 12 months we could possibly see absolutely no change, and just allowing that extra 6 months gives the opportunity for leases to come and go and provide the opportunity for more change.
Thank you.
No other okay. Ms. Ayak.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I move that we adopt attachment 1, which is we adopt to suspend resolution for requirement for formula retailers to obtain a conditional use permit.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Ms. Jensen.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Rennie.
If I could ask the question again, I think I've asked in past council meeting. So if we suspend this again, so there's no CUP for formula retail, what review process do they go through then with the town?
So they would be, as any other retailer, they would need a certificate of use and occupancy and a business license. So every business must come in and provide both of those documents. They're processed over the counter.
And this follow on, so by removing this, they save how much money?
It depends on if they all go to PC. So if there's no appeal process, then it's $67,000 that they will save, or $6,700, excuse me. It's not quite as bad. $6,700 that they would save.
Okay, and one more question. So you had provided an alternative where instead of going to the Planning Commission, it would just be go to the Development Review Committee. So in that case, it would be $4,000 they'd pay versus none if we pass the recommended resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that would be a code amendment then for that.
And if one more follow-up, if I could. So if we had that alternative instead, what criteria would DRC use for rejecting something then?
The same thing that we use right now, the same findings that are in the code, and those are also attached to your staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? All right, well, I'm not going to be supporting the motion. I have always wanted to encourage locally owned retail businesses. However, I wanted to come into this hearing and to this staff report with as open a mind as I could to consider options. And so I was really I'm looking at the proposed resolution right now because I wanted to see what are the factual determinations that I would have to agree to in order to support this change. And it talks about decrease in, greater vacancy levels. Let's use that one as an example. And I know for using Santa Cruz Avenue and Main Street and University from Highway 9 to Main Street, there are not vacancies. And if there are, they're only because there is a time frame in which the new tenant is moving in. And so there are tenant-specific issues that are going on. We have been given no evidence that there are all these increased time frames in which these offices, these spaces remain empty. In fact, even with the testimony tonight, we didn't hear that. And so because I can't support the facts in the resolution, I can't support the resolution. And additionally, people have been talking about, well, a 12-month suspension or 18-month suspension, and that's why I asked the question I did. So you have this trial period, and then you decide, I think the anticipation is it's going to work out great, so you just keep going forward. But if it doesn't, if there is a problem, what are you going to do? You have these uses that have moved in. You certainly can't have them leave. So basically, it is just going to be. And I also think at the same time that we want to increase or give the potential for increasing our formula stores, our chain stores, San Carlos is doing just the opposite. They have passed a temporary ordinance in December, and they've reinstated it, I think just recently in March, that they are wanting to use conditional use permits to protect their locally owned retail downtown, because in San Carlos they're getting too many formula stores, and they think it is economically threatening to their downtown. So that's what's happening in San Carlos. It's inconsistent with what we are being told here. Further discussion. Mr. Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also hesitant to support the motion for most of the reasons that you mentioned. I typically, being an engineer, I kind of like pilots. I like to try things out. I'm a little bit worried about how does it really end? And, we said, well, nothing changed after 18 months because it really wasn't enough time. Then what do we do? I think the mayor mentioned that. But at the same time, I want to look for ways to simplify, reduce costs. And I do kind of like the alternative that was provided where we take out the Planning Commission, reduce the costs. To me, that maybe is a baby step in how we try this. So that would be my preference.
Further discussion. Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. I always thought that the reason why if we are having any difficulty, it's largely because of the layout, the cleanliness, the lack of parking. After the earthquake, we were like the coolest downtown in the Bay Area. Now we're looking a little tired. Some of our neighbors have reinvested their money wisely and brought their communities up, and now we're feeling the ramifications of competing with those communities as being potentially more attractive places to go and hang out for whatever reasons. And I think that plays a lot into what we're seeing here with some of the issues with traffic, how can I say it, not traffic, but the business community wanting to try different things to enhance their businesses. I am not one to subscribe to, because one shopping area has this retailer, this retailer, this retailer, that we should potentially also have all those same retailers. So you go from community to community and everybody's got the same businesses. I understand that we're spread out and they're distributed, and perhaps our residents want those businesses also. But if all the communities look the same and all the shopping malls look the same and they all have all the same businesses, I don't see any advantage or any uniqueness other than our setting, people coming down here for our setting and our events. So I'm concerned about that happening, what I would call a homogenization or something of businesses. In a way, some of these ordinances, whether it's the fear of paying too much in fees or what by the broker community, it's kind of like an artificial form of rent control, in the sense where it allows mom and pops to survive. If a lot of them ended up being supplanted by formula retailers, or more of those formula retailers move in, it could be good and bad. It could draw more traffic, or it can raise the rents. So when their leases are up, they get kicked out and another formula retail replaces them. So I thought about those factors. I have a great deal of respect for the two individuals that serve on this ad hoc committee, the policy committee, who have come up with these recommendations. I'm very much on the fence of this. I'd like to try new things. And I want to experiment to try to get some things going, and I want to use the tools that are available. Obviously, as was stated, we can't just go throw more seating out there tomorrow with our current configuration. We can't put the lighting in instantaneously, if that would help. We can't, I don't know if we can get out there and clean it up a little bit or what. We can't put the parking garage in immediately. Those kinds of things that would enhance more traffic, or perhaps throw some events. So perhaps this is a way of bringing some more traffic in eventually. Business traffic, not just cut-through traffic. I want to clarify that. If there's a concern about the fees, and we're expensive to do business with, why don't we look at the fees? If our planning commission hearing costs $6,700 and Campbell's costs $3,200, how come we can't cost $3,200? If we need to compete on the fees front, if that is a deterrent, is that another way of looking at these kinds of things? So with that stream of consciousness at 10 till midnight, I still haven't really made up my mind.
Thank you. I want to follow up on what Mr. Leonardis was saying about the fees, because in reading the staff report and the input from the policy committee, this issue, I raised this issue with staff, but we don't have an answer yet. Because if it costs $6,700 to go to the Planning Commission and $4,000 to go to the DRC, what are the components of those costs? Is it, I know Mr. Rennie said, well, maybe it's better to go to the DRC instead of the Planning Commission, but what are we looking at? I think we should be looking at those costs. I think we should be looking at what are the components, and are they solid cost or are they fungible cost? So that is definitely something that would be a significant issue for me. Further discussion? Ms. Sayak.
Just two more points about this. As I understand the identification of costs and other opportunities to make downtown a little bit more inviting. But also what I'm looking at is I'm looking for a step tonight to just let our business community through the brokerage know that, yes, we are looking for more business types, more different economic opportunities for those that want to come into downtown. It's a signal that, yes, we're willing to look at different mixes. In terms of formula retail, I'm going to speak to a specific demographics, the teenagers and the high schoolers that happen to like chain stores. And almost all of the reasons I go to a formula retail nowadays is to support the teenagers that seem to be populating these. And they're the ones that don't provide that much traffic, that tend to hang out, and that are the ones that are looking for places within our town that they have said there's no place to go to for shopping. And so by opening up this door, you just provide different opportunities for different segments and just provide a variety. An 18-month period gives you the opportunity to see what's out there. I think there's no risk, but there's tons of opportunity to see what kind of data points come in.
Mr. Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Well, the formula retail aspect of it would be the thing that I'd be leaning towards as the one I would support. The Ordinance 2021, I would probably want to leave that in place. I know that we have a tale of two cities. We have daytime traffic and we have nighttime traffic and dining and such. And I'm just concerned about the balance of the daytime businesses, those shopkeepers and their ability to stay open. So I see some value in Ordinance 2021 for that reason. Regarding the fee structures, again, we looked at fees earlier in the meeting, much earlier in the meeting, and we compared our fees with other communities. If our fees are a deterrent from bringing in more applicants with more ideas, it's just a barrier to entry. I don't want to spend 10 grand to get rejected. They're just going to turn me down anyway. Why don't we make that part of the process more inviting and more enticing for people to bring us ideas and businesses to town and make it a lot less? We can make up for those fees somewhere else. I realize we have a cost recovery. I realize we're in these meetings and all these kinds of things, and we have to pay all these employees. But that, to me, would seem like a more reasonable approach, making the cost of entry less, or at least the cost of entertaining entry less into our community. So leave it at that.
Thank you. The following up on what so many of you have said, or relating to that, the getting rid of, or even for 18 months, getting rid of the CUP makes certain assumptions. And as I said, those assumptions are reflected in the resolution, and those assumptions have not been founded in what we have seen or read or heard in this meeting. So they're not there. So therefore, I could never support that resolution and never support a 18-month hiatus on the CUP. Getting back to, so you have the CUP eliminated for 18 months, and then somewhere along the way or at the end of 18 months, you go, wow, this didn't work. So you can't do anything about it. You can stop going forward with the process, but you can't unwind it. Whatever has happened that you may not like has already happened, which gets back to, if the problem is money, then let's look at money. Let's look at the cost of the CUPs. Let's look at how much they cost at the Planning Commission versus the Council versus the DRC. Let's look at the core issue. So again, I will not be supporting the motion for those reasons. All right, I don't see Mr. Leonardis.
So a question for Ms. Wren. There was an example brought up earlier in the evening about Urban Outfitters, and the Vice Mayor mentioned that where the teenagers want to shop and buy clothes, and I get it because I have 2 of those myself, and my daughter always tells me, oh, there's no place to shop downtown Los Gatos. So I understand all that. But what would preclude one or more of those entities from coming in now, or their brokers from bringing them to town now, and trying the process? Are they afraid of our past record of turning down businesses? And is it because of, I don't know, is it really because of the language in the code, or is it because of the way the public hearing went down and the cherry picking, and we don't think Urban Outfitters is appropriate for our downtown and such and such? I do remember a point in time where the Apple Store, it was controversial, I think. I don't know. I wasn't paying as much attention back then. But they seem to make it in. So I'm just having trouble with that. Where is this invisible wall in our code?
So I can confirm what one of the speakers said. The brokerage community does discourage people from even putting in an application. They flat out say, don't even bother. I've been told by brokers, I don't make enough money working here. There's not enough money to be made. It's not worth my time to find my best client, who I try to represent well in every city, and put them through what they call the ringer here, and at the risk of then losing them as a client. So it's the brokerage community then, I don't want to pinpoint it on them, but it does. It perpetuates. It's much like the Jersey Mike's became kind of spun out of control with their traffic impact fee through the brokerage community. When that went down, I must have had, 4 or 5 calls from brokers I hadn't heard from in months, just to tell me how disappointed they were, how upset they were. And it's not about that. It's about that community is so tight-knit that when something like that happens, then this idea that Los Gatos is hard to do business in just perpetuates. So I think that's a big piece of it. When you have a solid client that is your client and you want to find them places all over the Bay Area, you don't want to set them up for failure as their broker. So I think that's probably one reason that they are discouraged. And I think the other is just that we don't have a multitude of spaces that fit what a lot of formula retailers want. They're not the right size, they're not the right shape. A lot of these people who are known as the larger national chains that seem to be so scary for our independents, they have a very firm profile of what they want. They have a list of stores they want to be near. And if you don't have those stores and you don't have that size of location and you don't have the shape of location, they won't even come. So I think the formulas that are actually more discouraged from coming are those mid-level formulas, the ones that aren't so nationally known, that maybe are regionally known or known in another part of the country. But I think those are the ones that are less likely to take the risk.
Mr. Leonardis?
So, Ms. Wren, when you look at our retail mix downtown, and you look at our vibrancy, and you look at Campbell's retail mix in their downtown and their vibrancy, as I go down that strip in Campbell, in my mind, I don't really see a lot of formula retailers there. I see some restaurants and some things, but a lot of mom and pop type businesses. Am I correct in my analysis there?
I think the interesting thing about Campbell is that there's just a different demographic that live in and around Campbell. It's a shorter cab ride there, or a shorter Uber ride. It's a different type of family that lives near Campbell versus lives near Los Gatos. So I think some of what we see is just, one, what people are after. Two, it's something new. People are always drawn to new. So when there was the corner that was developed with the OPA and the Mo's and all of that, it was now new. There's an abundance of outdoor seating. So those are things that appeal to people. So it's a little bit of that. And I think one of the speakers even said, once you create a habit, then you start to fall into that habit and that becomes your go-to place. So all of these things play into it, and I think it's been touched on here tonight. It's not a matter of fixing one thing. It's a matter of looking at this holistically. But we do often hear that our community is looking for some sign that Los Gatos wants new businesses. That is what I hear.
Did you have another question? Yes, you did.
Mayor, excuse me, it's midnight. So we need to make a motion to continue.
Mr. Leonardis?
It is midnight, and I had one more question for Ms. Wren, but we have to make a motion to continue, and then I don't know if the council wants to continue this whole hearing to another time or not.
Do we have a motion?
So I'll make the motion to continue for 15 minutes.
All right, we have a motion to continue for 15 minutes. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Leonardis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I understand we have some brokers who have dealt with us before, and they may have been upset over some deals, and they've become jaded, perhaps, and we've developed this stigma. And maybe we aren't the easiest community to do business with, or maybe we are extremely choosy, and that's what makes Los Gatos extremely special. However, what I'm getting at here is this proposal this evening, suspending these two things for 18 months, do you think that would put a smile on brokers' faces and have them all lining up, ready to come back into Los Gatos, and immediately we'd be renting this space and this space, and everything would be hunky-dory again?
I guess my answer to that would be that staff works tirelessly to respond to every call that we get with this positive message that, hey, we are open for business. Laurel says it best, that we are here to give you a path to yes, or how to get there on your own, but we're not here to tell you, well, it's probably not, and here's why. So we at Town Hall have turned around how we present these packages to people, but that still doesn't seem to be sinking in. So I don't know if the brokerage community is the end-all be-all. I think it is, again, like a holistic approach at saying, here we are, we're open for business. How can we help you? How can we hear, to your point, how can we hear what you have and then see how that fits in our community?
Thank you.
In my experience in history, I don't even recall anybody being turned down, maybe once on a CUP. And so is it the cost of the CUP, the traffic impact fee, the thought that one could get turned down even if that's not the history? What in your experience is it?
It's the time and money gamble without any sort of confirmation that you'll get approved. So I think if it was, hey, it's a $7,000 fee if you're a formula, do you want to pay it? And you can definitely go in, it would be a different conversation. But it's we don't know, it could be 3 to 6 months, it could be $7,000, you could have to appeal to council for 11, then it could get, dragged out a little bit longer. And for the tenant, that's no longer just the discussion of that time and that fee. They are paying rent on a space for that entire time. They can't pull a building permit, they can't do TIs, nothing can be done. So they're essentially, what one business owner said is, hey, I'm essentially putting $50,000 to $75,000 into this process with no guarantee. They've got to get someone to help them write their lease appropriately so that they can get out if the CUP is not approved. So it's not just the time and money of this process specifically, it's all of the other things that go into that business decision for that business.
And is the traffic impact fee an issue, not an issue?
The traffic impact fee is an issue more for restaurants because that's when the fee is increased, is when you pay the base rate above retail.
And how much time would the DRC cut off, if any?
It depends on our staffing level, but we could certainly take DRC down to 50%, close to 50% of the time.
All right, I don't see, Mr. Leonardis.
Well, not necessarily a question for Ms. Wren, but a comment. I mean, it sounds like to me, a message to the broker community would be to decrease the fees and speed up the process more than perhaps the other language. Now, with that said, there's language on the table that may or may not help. I don't know. But there's also the issue of traffic impact fees in some cases. But maybe it's just the speed or lack thereof of the process and the cost of the process. If there was a way to send a signal to the brokerage community, like, hey, we're suspending our fees for 18 months, maybe that would make them happy. Just a general comment.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and that's, if I remember, It's to approve resolution that is attachment 1. The resolution of Town of Los Gatos suspending CUP requirements for formula retail businesses. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion fails 3-2 with Ms. Syak and Ms. Jensen voting yes. Do I have another motion? Mr. Leonardis.
I want to propose that we keep an open mind about this and we continue with the policy committee to look at some of the processes with the timeframes, the fees that we're charging to get these things through quicker. So I'm not going to make a motion on that, but I'm just throwing those thoughts out there that I think this issue is deeper than just these two pieces of language. I didn't really hear a compelling case, as the mayor stated, about evidence supporting the language in the resolution, and that's how I felt about it this evening. So, but I did hear a compelling case for how long it takes us and how much it costs, and that's frightening people away. I'm not making a motion right now, but that's my thoughts.
Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to make a motion using the alternative idea, although we don't now have a whole whereas with that. Perhaps the town manager could help me create a motion.
Or what we could do alternatively is if you, if the motion passes, we can bring back the resolution on consent at the next meeting.
Depends what you were trying to do. If you want to do the DRC, is that where you were heading?
Correct.
That would have to come back in an ordinance. So we'd have to do an ordinance change for that.
That ordinance change would also, that has not been reviewed by the planning commission. It would have to go back to the planning commission first.
But if that is a motion, then we would set that part, that's what we would implement. We would bring it to the planning commission, you'd have their recommendation, and then you could vote on it later this spring.
I'll go ahead and make that motion and see how it goes, though.
Why don't you, as best you can at 12:10, tell me what you don't have to be precise, just tell me generally what your motion is.
So my motion would be my motion is to change the ordinance so that formula retail CUPs go to the DRC only, don't need to go through planning commission. I think that's simple enough.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Right, motion fails for lack of a second. Mr. Leonardis.
And at this point in the evening, I would like to propose as a motion that this goes back to the policy committee and that they look at the opportunity to reduce the fees going through the standard process and speed up the process somehow. I would still like to see it go through planning, but if there's a way to reduce those costs and speed up the process for a trial period, perhaps, I would be in support of that. So that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion to send this back to the policy committee to consider reduction of time and fees. Is that what it is, or did I miss something?
That's it.
Do we have a second? All right, I'll second it. Discussion. We're running out of steam. Ms. Syak.
I just wonder how worthwhile that recommendation would be. The policy committee felt this was the best course moving forward, and so I just don't know if perhaps a different set of eyes would be worthwhile to look at this, to understand the concerns with what our recommendation was. So.
All right. I am supporting the motion because I was looking for what are the facts, and we've asked a lot of questions, and we have facts about time and fees. There was an alternative suggestion for a motion, but it sent it back to the DRC with the current fees. So I agree that there either is an issue with time and fees, and it needs to be examined and reduced, or there is no issue, and we need to know that too. Mr. Leonardis.
As an added, perhaps, bonus, and perhaps the policy committee could take a look at this, I would also be willing to include the traffic impact fees as well, because we adopted that policy about a year and a half ago, and I know there has been some issues with that. So perhaps amending the motion, and if it's all right with the seconder, that we can add in there that the traffic impact fees be reevaluated by the policy committee as well.
Let me ask a question. The traffic impact fees, I actually can't remember. Are they an ordinance? What's the form they have to see if we can put all of this together?
The traffic impact fees were set up by ordinance, and then the actual fee schedule was adopted by resolution. And I don't know if it's as much an issue for formula as it is for the restaurant, but if it's the will of the council, we could look at that as well.
Mr. Leonardis, you sticking with adding the traffic impact fees?
I heard concerns from the public about restaurants and the fees associated with those. And when we adopted those impact fees, we were given 3 choices at the time, and there was examples put forth. And I think the council that evening chose the best example that it was given, but I think there could be further tweaks to it to make it more equitable and perhaps more business friendly to the broker community, to send a message that we are open for business. So that is my reasoning behind having them look at that, if that's possible, according to what we adopted.
We could certainly look at it. I think the question is, is the purpose of the motion just to look at formula, or are you now broadening formula and restaurants?
I would have it look at the restaurants as well.
And I'll include that in my second. Discussion. Hearing none. Marcia.
I was just going to indicate that I generally agree with the sentiments of the Vice Mayor, but with the broadening of the motion, I'm prepared to support it.
Further discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We have 1 minute. Does anybody else want to make any other motions on this agenda item?
Well, I guess I would just say with the discouraged language, there's been no discussion on that. So does that come back at a later time, or is that going back to policy for further discussion on that? This is ordinance, the suspension of ordinance to, 2021. You haven't given any direction on that whatsoever.
I will tell you what my sense is, and it was encompassed in my seconding his motion, that if you send this back and you're going to include restaurants and you're going to include traffic impact fees and what the policy committee is examining, that to me would address restaurant, may not address, but it'll look at restaurant issues and what's deterring them. So I was just going to leave it go with that. Anybody else have a motion? Seeing none, it's 12:15. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.